All right. You joining us? Thanks so much. We really appreciate it. Group 5. What? Super exciting. Coming into their session 9. That's almost a session 10. So we left off, the recap, we'll make it pretty quick. Kind of left off in Monsag and went through quite a lot of debacle about what to do next. Really, where we were gonna go, how we were gonna go about it, and the relationship to these frost giants was really held upon this prophecy, this belief, and how this relationship meant to smallings, essentially non-frost giants. And from the conversation you all had with King Grimar Ylfing, there was not necessarily disrespect, I think, but it was more on the level of you have basically told me what I have lived for all this time, right, is not going to happen. And the impatience of these creatures and that way that they interact in society really reflected that in the response, right? Because so to some of you, it's just like, well, we're going to come back. It's not like we're not going to do it. But to them, it's like action forward, right? Is essentially the declaration of what they do. And so that kind of came to that there were some people still believe in the prophecies, they still believe in you. Obviously, we're with some of the crew here. We'll sing Volsong, as well as some of these Clan Monsag Frost Giants that came along with. Um, and we're on the trek. We went with them. We hopped on the shoulders, and they're taking you to a place known as Helvarig Peak, where they have suspected, right, as far as their fight goes on for this many years and where Ithrin comes from. This is information that they've tracked and they've really honed out, that they believe the spawn of Javarig is at the base of this peak, that there is a layer there, and they are heading in that direction. In order to get through there to there, they have to go across and journey through the mountains, to journey through this. One of the things that they really quick before we got into combat that Wolfsing had stated was that Ithrin has allies, that there are creatures that align themselves to Ithrin. It was a very quick snippet of information that was given very quickly by Wolfsing. And the reason, the purpose of the stating that is kind of to prep you all in anticipation of what might to come. Not the sense that they're not ready for it, but to prep you all that you might not be ready for it. So we're getting into combat. As this creature had appeared out of the actual ground. Seems to be a much larger version of what you've faced before. This millipede insectoid-like creature with this intense burning heat surrounding them, with these kind of insect eyes and fans and teeth with this mouthing jaw. And one of you, Harden specifically, made up a plan to kind of go up to the hole, bait it, and then pull the rope back, right, and get you back out of it, of where the auditory kind of emerged from. And so this creature kind of heard that and kind of went down, has ducked into the actual earth. Rumbling is happening. This kind of mini quake is going on. And we immediately went right into combat, seeing what this creature is going to do next. So all of you, I believe, are rolled for this particular combat. Is there any questions before we start?
I think we're all right.
Marius is gonna hate Tardan more after this combat, but it's fine.
Impossible.
Oh no, I guarantee it's possible.
As long as you don't start playing your flute, you're gonna be just fine.
Nope.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and begin round 1 of combat here. As the creature begins to pull itself through the earth, you can hear the rumbling coming ever closer to you, Tardan, and you, Wolfsing here, as you kind of hear the shuffling within the ice scape as it's moving and actually penetrates through the earth in an attempt to snack on whatever was there. So you see its mouth kind of emerge through as the ground shaking, the ice blocks just kind of fall around it. It holds itself up into the air and kind of snaps with its jaw, anticipation to eat whatever it was that was there. And then slowly it begins to realize that is actually going to be its turn as it kind of comes upwards, taking its action to go through the biting motion, and then its movement to submerge itself and then come outwards its entirety. The creature is still within the earth. It's not completely out. It is showing about 40 feet of the actual body from the surface level of the ice with blocks and it's kind of surrounding it. Now that its body is out, you see the ice blocks beginning to melt as water begins to vaporize and turn into steam that's kind of surrounding the body. The creature does not seem to be frightened by it or feared. Now we're going to come to Indigo. Top of round 1. Indigo, you are technically, the way that the giants work in the combat, you can be either on the shoulders or you can be on the ground. The giant will pick you up. So as long as you are within the range of 5 feet of the actual giant, the giant can kind of move you onto the shoulders and kind of unmount and remount sort of thing. So.
Okay. So I'm on the shoulder, and I'm assuming the giant that I'm on has seen these creatures before. Okay. I'm gonna tell my giant. I can damage this, but I damage myself while I do. So let me aid you in your attacks. And so I'm going to attempt to do the help action for my giant.
Okay. As you help, you see the giant begin to go down into the ground, get ready to actually cut out a piece of ice to throw at the creature. Seems to be staying at range at this point. Okay, so your action's to help.
Yep, absolutely.
All right, you're going to end your turn there.
Yes.
Going to help. Tardan, you're up.
So I'm gonna have Wolfsing pick me up because I was on the ground technically from the rope, and put me on his shoulder. I'm gonna look at. Go ahead.
Reaches down, picks you up, swings you back, and actually pulls the rope off you at the same time.
Nice.
Kind of smile, my big goofy Tardan smile, and I'm gonna look towards kind of Wolfsing. This is a lot bigger than I expected it to be, but maybe we can have some fun here. And with that, I'm going to kind of mimic the clicking that it made, just to kind of be goofy, using kind of the actor feed as best I can to kind of mimic its voice. And I'm going to kind of use the unsettling words on it to try to make it feel kind of awkward.
Okay.
If that. And then
I want you to make a deception check.
30.
Well, it's a nat 20 coming through. Oh, my word. You're nat 20. Got contested by a nat 20. So we're taking it right down to the modifiers. So as you see these, you're clicking, using your unsettling words, targeting their next saving throw that they're going to be attempt to be doing, kind of cutting through them with a series of clicks. Its fixation comes towards you and kind of have a somewhat of a less threatening posture in the direction of your presence. So it kind of pulls itself up, picks its head up, and almost as if it's anticipating almost a creature to emerge of its actual height. So it's kind of lurching itself upright and kind of piercing the air a little bit, and does almost like a little bobble, right, where it's kind of going back and forth in almost shimmering motion.
Okay. And then what I want to do is I want to cast Hypnotic Pattern kind of up on its face, so that way it's away from me and Wolfsing.
Okay.
So should work.
All right, so let's see here. Creature is going to fail with a 14 to the unsettling words counted for that. So you're casting it more upright towards the head in that pattern?
Correct.
Okay. It's kind of unleash almost like a little burst of the twisting colors right up in like that cube as it kind of splashes outwards. And the color's almost like a rainbow fairy fire effect as it comes through. It kind of appears for that moment, right, and shimmers, and then it kind of vanishes. You can get an idea that the creature continues its kind of manner, right? So it's in this charmed condition. So I'm going to continue to put I'm actually not going to put that on there to showcase that. And it continues kind of the bobble. So everyone's almost seeing that now, and it's almost more enthusiastic about it as it's kind of doing something rather odd. It's not necessarily kind of anticipating attacks or analyzing sounds necessarily, but it's just kind of bobbing around.
At that point, I'm going to kind of look over towards Nereus. I appreciate you showing me your magic so many times in combat. I mirrored that after you. But if we want to run, now is the time to do it. And I'm just going to end my turn there.
Okay. All right, Nereus, you're up.
I didn't think it was possible for Nereus to hate Tardanmore, but you're right. Some would say imitation is the greatest form of flattery, but Nereus wouldn't. He will just ignore what was said and look at his giant. Get us out of here. And he'll point like ahead to basically be like to run across.
So he turns and it seems like he's gonna be going to get you out of here. He's gonna go across here and go in this direction. So he's kind of turning in anticipation to move as fast as possible.
He'll take the dodge action just in case.
Okay. All right, so we come to Nereus, your giant, kind of looking towards you on the shoulder, and is now going to be moving in its entire movement speed at a dash as it does. It is able to get to here on the dash as it jumps over, kind of lands with a large thunk. At this point, Nereus, you're kind of noticing something strange within the chasm as there's little splinters of ice getting kicked up within the actual crevasse underneath the surface. Seems as though your giant has noticed this too. Its turn.
All right.
Brock, you're up.
I'm gonna do the same thing as Nereus. Just tell my guy to get out of here.
Okay.
I think I'll also take the dodge action. Why not?
Okay. Taking the dodge, you see kind of shaking the head a little bit towards you. As we go and get the dodge action, kind of anticipating that. It seems to be going kind of in the same direction as the other one. Hop over and kind of continue on this side. Alright, ending turn, you see this giant pick up the ice block after chopping it down, looking towards the large creatures, kind of raises it upright at the creature. You see Wolfstein kind of hold up a hand to kind of resist throwing, and you see the creature is now held this an action throw. After it kind of holds the action to throw, it's actually going to use its movement speed to get some distance and hops over the chasm with you on the shoulder, and you go. It's going to end the turn.
Sounds good.
This one's going to hop over. As it does, with your passive perception, Harak, you can actually see those creatures within the crevasse running at a low distance, and they're actually climbing up it. It seems that they're in the depths of the darkness, and they're kind of upright and climbing, about 20 or so feet in the northwest direction. They're down maybe 50 to 60 feet or so, and they're most likely going to be here on the surface in the next round or so. See this? The giant itself does not actually have passive perception to see that particularly, but you did, and is continuing to take its dash as it makes way and runs the remainder of its speed across. There. Ending turn. Now come to Volsing Volsong, looking towards you, Tardan. What did you do?
Just a little bit of magic. He's going to be out of commission for about a minute. So, as I said, if we're going to get out of here, we should go.
Sounds like a plan. Looks towards the other one. You can see a giant. Kind of tells him to run, almost like run off, right? Leave it. At this point, grabs you. Similar fashion goes over. Chasm. Now it's going to be kind of coming to the right-hand side here as we're going to get to here. Full dash as it runs. See what your passive is here.
Pretty low. I think it's a 13.
Come to the creature, and also make sure they're revealed on the board here for top of the board. Continues its stupor. Doesn't seem to change its kind of motions and fixations and whatnot, and its presence. It's just bobbing and moving in this little bit of a stupor. Its turn. Indigo, you're up.
I am going to dodge action just in case, and give my giant pat on the shoulder and said, "Yeah, let's take advantage of his magic." Eyes on the prize.
Okay. Looks towards you and winks. All right, Tardan. Oh,
I'll also take the dodge action. And just kind of hang out on Wolfsing and look around just to take in what's happening.
okay. Ending turn.
Yep.
All right, Nereus.
We're almost there. Keep going. And I'll take the dodge action.
All right, dodges. Sounds good. All right, this one is going to trudge forward, moving about 40 feet, and then stops. This is noticing these creatures within the actual bounds of the ice block. I'm going to get them onto the actual board as we roll. These creatures are very odd as they kind of begin to perch themselves. One goes this way, one goes this way, one goes this way, and one goes that way. They come onto the actual surface now, so they're actually at the same level as they do. They are resembling like lizard type things. It's odd to see, but they have these white draconic scales across their flesh. They have 4 legs, so they are kind of have 2 that are a little bit smaller and 2 in the backside that are larger. There's a kind of a tail that whips around. One is particularly larger than the other and kind of stands roughly about 7 to 8 feet in height of its actual backside as it stands upright, and it's quite long as well. Its face is mimicking that of Ithrin. It seems to have these white kind of glow of the actual eyes, which is similar to the wolf's, and there's these scales and these icicles that are kind of forming around. And as it kind of comes up, it lets out a little bit, not necessarily like a full roar, but it kind of is like a little bit of this bark or this yip as it's almost communicating to the smaller ones at its backside. It's a large one. The smaller ones at the backside, the best way to interpret this is maybe 4 to 4.5 feet in height of its backside, and then it's slightly long, but not really. They're more kind of small and a little bit stout. So after moving 40 feet, kind of stops. The frost giant crashes with its large kind of axe into the ice itself. Kind of grabs up kind of a big chunk of ice after moving 40 feet, and then goes in for a throw as it throws it towards the large one. Lands with a 25 as it smacks it, deals 27 points of damage as it hits in. You notice it takes the blow, and as it takes the blow across the back, the ice block hits and shatters a little bit. Its actual talons grip in, and you notice there's a formation of this kind of ice around its talons and grabs into the surface as if it's bracing itself where it would kind of get hit and throw into the actual trench. It's braced itself with these icicles or icebergs that's kind of forming, or blocks, right, forming upon its actual talons of its things, and kind of takes the blow and kind of pulls itself up. You notice there's multiple scales ripped off of it and things, but it's quite strong and sturdy as it pulls itself, and it kind of breaks upon the actual ice blocks after taking the throw. After doing that, you notice the giant kind of stops a little bit, looks towards you, Nereus, and speaks in common. What do we do?
Keep going.
kind of smiles as it holds the weapon, anticipates to continue to move on its next turn. All right, Harak, you're up.
I think I'm just gonna ready an attack with my bow if one of these guys gets within 5 feet of any of the giants. I guess the first one who gets close to them. But in the meantime, I'll tell my guy to just keep moving.
Okay. So ready to fire the bow 5 feet away from any giant, and then tell your frost giant to continue to move. Sounds good. Ending your turn. Now come to one of the little ones, so this actual kind of front left side here. This one's going to be taking its dash. As it does, it moves a total of 60 feet as it dashes on the actual ice scape. As it is, it's running all fours, kind of moving at a very fast pace. Cross, as its talons are kind of made, or its paws are kind of made for this particular environment, as it begins to basically run in the direction of Wolfsing and Rock the Giant that you're currently on. It's just running and does not seem to have too much emotion across the face. Its jaw is still kind of shut, the large kind of draconic snout, teeth there. Sure. Go. Dash coming too. It's going to get to the other side here on the dash, going 80 feet. That is going to be its turn. It dashes, takes its actions, movements. Let's cross. Now come to this one that you're on, Harak. This one is going to continue to move as it does. It's going to charge up, and it's going to get to here. Go ahead and take your hold action as it's moved itself into 5 feet of the particular creature, which I'll allow. All right, 9 points piercing damage dealt. As the arrow flies, you notice it kind of penetrates into the back. Its scales are thick and its flesh is meaty, and it kind of goes in with a kind of a large thunk as it comes in. And you're noticing it's not very far after the actual tip of the arrow that the arrow has gone. This giant's going to make way, move 5 more feet as it progresses. It's going to be its dash, so it's moved 1280 at this point, and its action is taken to dash. It's ending. Now come to another little one. This one is going to be kind of moving underneath the other one, going total 30 there, and then is going to be taking its dash. As it does, it comes right up on the giant you're running right here. As it goes, continues its run, and as soon as it gets to this point, it actually jumps off of all fours and is kind of flying in the air with all 4 of its talons facing in this direction to like grope onto the actual giant's leg as it's kind of launched itself into the air to kind of grip on.
Oh, fuck.
It's like a cat dragon.
Something.
Come to Wolfsing. This is Wolfsing now. It's going to be going 80 feet as well. It's going to come about here as it continues to trudge forward. So that's its action to do that in its movement. So it continues to go. And now we're going to come to the top of round 3. Before we get to round 3, these other creatures have now revealed themselves as they come to the actual surface. They've kind of gripped themselves, looking around. At this point, they are going to be rolling their initiatives as we roll. The large millipede insectoid creature, obviously still in the stupor concentration target, and you're still maintaining that presence and that effect across. I'm going to go ahead and unpause it, ending that one turn. Indigo, it is your turn.
I am going to kind of do what Harak did. Hold an action in case one of these things jumps on my guy. Try to give him a little bit of assistance, but still trying to move forward.
Okay.
So,
Directing forward and then helping with an attack if it's made. Sounds good?
absolutely.
All right. All right, Tardan, you're up.
I'm gonna try something kind of stupid. I want to try to deceive them. Since we heard Ethrin talk, obviously I don't have the loud booming dragon voice, but I want to do my best to mimic that and essentially say, let them through. Kind of in his pitch, at least. Maybe not his volume and his girth. Probably not the right word. But kind of in that tone.
Okay. Go ahead and make a deception check.
So a 20, because I can't roll below a 10 technically.
You notice as the kind of larger creature, which is here, kind of turns in the direction of your call, looks in the direction, sniffs the air, kind of snarls, and frost almost billows out of the mouth, and continues to turn its body. It ignores the call.
All right. Well, that didn't work. I guess that'll be the end of my turn since that was my action.
Okay.
And yeah.
All right, Nereus, you're up.
All right. Destroy the ones in our way. And he is gonna ready to cast Tidal Wave once this one moves into range, so he can hit both of them. The one right in front of him, then, assuming that it's coming that way. If not, it won't trigger his attack. But
Yeah,
That's
you're
his
assuming the larger one is going to come.
it's gonna do the same thing that the smaller one did. Yeah.
Okay. And then the range, I believe 30 feet is what you're kind of hoping, right? That it's 30 feet long and so it can carry and hit both.
Yeah, I mean, he could cast it on it right now, but he wants to hit both of them. So
Yep. Gotcha. Sounds good. All right. Ending turn. This one begins to run forward. We get to here at this point, kind of grouping together. Should be within range of the tidal wave. Imagine you're coming in from south east here in the direction of north, right? Kind of sweeping across the map from right to left a little bit to get them into the chasm. Let's see what happens. All right, I'm going to apply the damage. The small one has failed. The big one succeeds. As the big one, the talons kind of grip in with the blocks as they kind of central down. The small one is not successful. This one is swept by the actual tidal wave as it continues. Courtesy of the spell here, it kind of continues to travel. It kind of spreads out and goes. Knocked prone. The way that I'm going to interpret this, because of the actual wave and its length, I'm going to have it get to the edge here. As it is knocked prone. And it is technically falling into the chasm. As it kind of grabs, it's falling, it disappears out of line of sight, but you still see its talons kind of gripping, and the same blocks of ice are beginning to form upon the actual shelf. Noticing that this creature as well has a similar effect, I'm going to refer to it as ice walking now, as it's kind of gripping onto the ice, and it seems that it has a magical effect in relation to the material. Now, the larger hulking creature has succeeded, so it is not knocked prone. As it kind of grabs and anticipates the wave as it's hit, takes some of the damage, and then continues to move. This is its dash. Its action is to dash to get to this point, and it is up there. As it does not leap into the air like the other one does, and instead it kind of braces itself and kind of turns its body a little bit to have its tail kind of point in the direction, revealing its large tail, and kind of curls. I don't know if you've ever seen a dog fight before. They kind of sometimes the dogs kind of turn to the side a little bit and they curl themselves, right, and kind of anticipate to jump to the side a little bit. That's what this creature is doing. So it's a good way to kind of showcase how it fights. Ending its turn, we now come to another little one. This one is going to be moving its dash. As it does, it comes to here. It seems to be coming towards Wolfsong. So again, kind of running. And we're going to end that turn. All right, 2 attacks coming out, Nereus. The one that is with you. So this one's going to come in for an advantage strike towards the one that is actually gripping onto the ice and prone in that state. 26 is going to land. It does a total of 32 points of damage in one swing of the axe as it comes down. That one is defeated. As it does, it kind of breaks the ice mainly and smashes into it. And you see the creature slowly kind of fall and disappear into the trench. Then it's going to have a multi-attack here as it comes in for another swing towards the larger kind of creature. 25 is going to hit as it comes through. It does 23 points of slashing damage coming into the creature at the side, kind of slamming to the ground as he comes down, crushes into the earth, showcasing the brutal strength of the creature. Is going to actually step over it and rotate all the way around and kind of gets you towards the side of the shoulders. It's now kind of almost protecting you, Nereus, in a way, continuing your space, kind of holding the shoulder back away from the creature, and then is bracing, but does not step away from the creature's presence or threat. All right, Hrock, you're up.
So, these creatures have? Do these have eyes?
They do.
Okay. I was thinking it'd be funny to say to Tardan, like, use the dragon's voice to tell them to go away, and I would give him the words in Draconic, but if they can see that it's just Tardan, then I don't think that would be very effective.
Okay.
But it would be funny, though. Instead, I'll just mark this guy and attack.
Okay. All right, firing down the target. 13 is going to miss as the arrow lands to the side as you're kind of trying to line yourself up on the actual shoulder of this giant. And so this one now running up is doing a similar fashion. Now it's kind of coming to jump upon the actual giant's leg, and so you're having to time it as well.
Well,
Another arrow flies. 16 is going to hit. That is landing with a thunk as it crashes down with the Slayer Spray. Does a total of 7 points of damage as it does land within its scales. Again, another similar thing is happening where the arrow isn't kind of fully going through. Not that the creature is resisting the damage, just seems to be a very sturdy and stocky creature for its size.
and for the purposes of ammo tracking, can I just set my stuff back to 20?
I've been keeping a little bit of a notepad. I want to say that 3 of your arrows have been lost out of the 20 in your quiver, so you can put back that many. 17.
Okay. All right.
Anything else? Cool.
No.
All right. Now we're having dashes come from the group from the left as they're in full pursuit and a run as they're coming. This one now is going to grab on and kind of comes in for a bite. As it does, it lands and latches on. 15 is going to hit the giant as it comes into its flesh. 7 points of piercing damage is dealt, and then takes its tail and kind of begins to smack down upon. 14 is going to miss, and as it does, it is now going to climb the particular giant, moving its half of its movement speed here, as it kind of gets up to 15 feet or so. I'm going to get it to about there, given that it's pretty difficult kind of climbing up the leg. And so you notice the giant's like kind of shaking the leg, and it's gripping its talons and slashes. It's beginning to climb the particular giant. Turn. More dashes coming out from the side here. Alright, here we go. This one is going to go a total of 30 feet as it stops, breaks a chunk of ice off, and then is going to be helped by you in throwing the ice block towards the large hulking figure. As it does, it's in mid-run, kind of grabs the actual ice and goes in for a throw. 23 is going to hit. That does 33 points of bludgeoning damage as it crashes down, and then is going to be using the remainder of its movement speed to continue its pursuit of the creature.
That's what I'm talking about.
Turn. Come to a large, one of the larger ones. This one goes about 40 feet or so, and it raises its snout up into the air and lets out a kind of some barking, almost like a little more of a roar at this point. Just kind of snaps its jaw, and it kind of echoes across this particular landscape, and then continues its actual speed here on all fours in this dash. All right. So Rock, the giant you're on is actually going to attempt to grapple the creature. This comes through. Okay, it's going to get a 27. As it does, it picks up the creature and it throws it into the chasm. As it grabs, rips the creature off the leg, just chucks it down to the right-hand side. You see this creature now, I'm going to put its elevation to 0. As it does, you don't see it anymore. Just see it get chucked into the trench. Continue its movement speed. Keeps its threat space. As it does, it kind of steps. It then is going to take a swing of its actual axe towards the little one, getting a multi-attack here, so it comes in. 12 is going to miss as it crashes down onto the back side of the creature, and it's just a bad miss as it just kind of grabs into the ice skate behind it and smashes down. Ending its turn, come to another little one. This one is going to dash. So now we have all of the ones on the left-hand side of the field of play have now kind of taken their dashes, and they're in a kind of a formation of sorts, going on all fours, trudging and running. towards the rest of you all. Wolfsing comes in for an axe. One swing, crashes down, 22 hits. That does a total of 25 points of damage. And then it's going to go in for the multi-attack, coming in for a second swing as it crashes down. 16 is going to hit. And that does a total of 25 points of damage. As it's very near death, Wolfsing is then going to take a bonus action and come in for a stomp as it stomps down on the actual creature. That is going to be a miss as it lands a 13. Looks like I have the axe animation for that one. It's funny. So 13 is going to be a miss. So it kind of stomps down upon the actual ground, and then it's going to sidestep over it and continues its space and position about the target and respects it. Come to the top of round 4. Sectoid creature maintains its stupor. Indigo, you're up.
I am going to. I'm gonna jump down super fast, and I'm gonna go for a punch on the larger one.
Okay.
And am I okay to flank because of the giant?
You are. Go ahead and hold on all of the flank. Lowers you down really quickly. Probably still in the palm of hand of the giant as you come in for swings. Way 2 hits. Coming for a good smack. 9 points of bludgeoning damage. Crashing through. Kind of yips as you crash into its scales. Kind of hobbles and looks towards you. He snarls and moves his head side to side.
Again.
13 is not going to hit as you do kind of crab into its scales, a thick part to the left side of the head.
Gotcha. And so, bonus action, one more try.
Come in once more here. Nice. 26 is going to land. Just come across, deal 8 points of bludgeoning damage as you come across its face, splintering off more of its scales. The creature is still alive.
Still alive. And I haul ass back up my giant.
Picks you back up, sits you back on the shoulder.
That's it.
All right. Harden, you're up.
Tartan wants to do dumb things, but I'm not going to do dumb things yet. I'm just going to look at this one, and I am going to use Dissonant Whispers at first level.
All right, it is going to fail with a 3, 14 points of psychic damage dealt. You see it kind of writhe for a minute and then just slump down into the ground. Now, this is the first time that you've actually observed a creature initially perish and then sustain themselves on the ground. As it is, this creature kind of shakes its head, falls, and it kind of crashes into the ice. And then after it sits there for kind of a couple seconds, right, because the other one kind of fell through, both have fell through the trench, it becomes swallowed in ice. It's just now an ice block, as it is kind of just grows out of it, splinters of these spikes and icicles.
Hey, Indigo, you see that? Write that down in your book. And I'm going to end my turn there.
Nearest, you're up.
I write all kinds of shit down.
This isn't the time for games, Tartan. And he's just gonna dodge.
Okay, taking the dodge.
Kill it and let's go. How say it is, John?
Yes! Rah! It's excited. Alright, ending turn. This one is going to look between, kind of snarl a little bit, and then it's going to attack the one that you're riding currently. There he is, coming for a bite as it yips towards the leg. 26 is going to hit, deals 11 points of piercing damage as it bites onto the foot, then wraps its tail and comes with a large smack. 26 is going to hit as well as it smashes into the leg of the giant, deals 6 points of damage to the giant. As that happens, it now kind of pulls itself and kind of looks and kind of looks towards the other group on the left, and you notice there's a kind of a roar and another bark, another series of communication as it now turns its body and then lowers its head into the actual ice and snow. This giant rat pulls up, goes in for a swing. It crashes down. 20 is going to hit. Deals 18 points of damage. It crashes into the backside of the creature, almost cutting it in two halves in a kind of a dorsal fashion, right? Kind of comes and splits. I want to say it's more of like a medial line? I can't remember how you... vertical, horizontal. Anyway, as it goes, splits the creature in two. Again, a similar fashion because it happens. These icicles and ice blocks kind of swallow the actual creature. At this point, this one turns around, grabs the horn, kind of blows it in 3 successions, grabbing the horn from the small kind of the backside underneath a couple of different kind of wrappings of the tied armor, and now begins to trudge, moving its movement speed to run, to kind of follow the trench and then get into the switchbacks of the mountainside that's up ahead of this particular map. Rock?
Okay. Can I use my action to look at what these guys did when they die and just think on it to see if that... Just try to extrapolate some useful information about the fight ahead from that.
Okay. I'm going to let you take time with that then. I won't have a roll or anything. Just kind of probably in the heat of the moment, just jotting things down.
Yeah, it's like the gif of the woman with all the math equations floating around.
How does this work in the whole thing? Yeah, I got you. All right, we're going to go ahead and end your turn there. So you're going to take your action to kind of take notes and analyze. Now we're going to come to the creatures on the left side. These creatures have now stopped. So this is where we're going to actually end combat. These creatures on the left side have stopped. In unison, they slowly kind of pull themselves back. And they all turn and are going to dive into the trench and out of line of sight. As they kind of turn their kind of tails around. We're going to go ahead and end combat here, as there's no sense in continuing, as it seems that all of you are aligned and continuing to press forward and get off the actual kind of trenches here of this open landscape where this insectoid creature kind of remains dormant, could potentially feast. And so you all begin to run and charge up the mountainside. I do want to note that the frost giants actually move faster than these creatures, which is showcased through their dashes. As you notice, the frost giants are just bigger creatures and they move faster, so they're just trudging across, right? As you continue to move, just kind of go through, I'm actually going to switch off, go into the continent map, ping the stream view over so we can cycle through. Nice work, everyone. Survival at its best. I don't know. Darius, you're probably more upset at Tardin now for showcasing it. Putting the creature to drug. That's so stupid. The whole
He
fight.
doesn't care that Tardin did it. He cares that he would dare compare his frivolous magic to what he does.
Yes, yes. So, as we kind of traverse, heading away from this place the giants marked in common as Jotungarg. This is the large, expansive area of trenches and frozen kind of areas, right, where this crevasses sit. It's just this wrap of frozenness. You now begin to work yourself up a passage of switchbacks up the actual mountainside. To you all, this would be extremely difficult to do as they step over certain areas that are near impassable unless you have climbing kits and are able to traverse mountainsides. And so they're really taking the advantage of their strength and of their knowledge of the actual terrain. And for Farak, for you, right, you're really keeping track, I think, as a ranger, or particularly in this area, you're really keeping track of how they're navigating to the peak. And it's definitely not directional, right? They're not heading in the direction of that. They're really trying to get the elevation incline first. And to get the elevation incline first, to get up onto the level of where they want to go, and then they're going to be going, but not necessarily they're not going towards the peak, but their primary goal is the elevation gain, working with the mountainside instead of against it. Evergreen trees, tundra vegetation grow rather thick throughout, but they slowly begin to disperse as you gain in elevation. Now, after the many hours of travel, this journey is going to take into the actual night. So as we come through, this whole journey at this point is going to take the day. And we're going to get to right around given that it was pretty early when we got to Jotunvarg, it's going to be about a 7 o'clock. So essentially a 12-hour transition of actually going through switchbacks. As you are going through and navigating the actual trek, you are more than welcome to take a short rest if you would like to. However, it's not necessarily necessary, as the giants themselves aren't showcasing any sort of hostilities. Their weapons are sheathed. They're maybe picking some thickets for these large berries, like juniper berries in a way, from some of the thickets that grow here. So they're really kind of foraging and scavenging as they go, showcasing their really light attire and the light amount of supplies that they have. They're kind of feasting off. You notice that one of them hurled like a rock into a tree, and you're like, what was that doing? And you hear kind of a creature kind of moan out, and then kind of goes in, pulls out this large stag, right? So food, and kind of takes the stag and just throws it over the other shoulder and continues to kind of walk. Of course, the stag to you all is huge, to the giant's not. And you're noticing that they're kind of foraging survival. There's a lot of things happening that they're doing. And then I'm going to go ahead and get us onto another map here. So you transition to the late hour. Giants align just for the sake. Activate. Pull you into a new map here. So the journey hasn't been grueling at all. It's been quite comfortable as you're getting the heat radiating off the giants, right? So again, that kind of talked about that dynamic equilibrium that's happening between hot and cold, the heat coming off the creature and the cold of the environment. As you kind of stick your hand out, now being this high up in elevation, it's getting a little bit difficult to breathe. So you're kind of struggling a little bit to catch your breath, but you're acclimating, you're adjusting. And then as you stick your hand out, right, the temperature is like, oh, that is cold. Like, that is not comfortable, right? So you kind of stick your hand out. You almost, maybe it's sub-zero at this point, right? So you kind of stick your hand out, and you're not wanting to be necessarily too far away off the giants, given the actual cold, right? But as you come into this particular area, the actual temperature does not feel that cold. So as soon as you get into the area here, all of a sudden, it's still below freezing, but not necessarily like frozen solid and sub-zero. The wind itself actually begins to die down. It almost becomes non-existent as the trees around you are kind of there. There's a soft snowfall here, overcast. And you can't necessarily see the peak at this point, as you're still kind of on a mountainside, right? So you're still on the mountainside, and you're still going up a little bit and heading in the north eastern direction. But to the west of here, of one of the switchbacks, as the giants themselves are beginning to slow and slightly stop, appears to be a shrine consisting of 4 stone snow-covered statues and 2 obelisk-like structures. The statues range from 10 to 20 feet in height. The obelisk structures only go to about 5 feet. As the giants themselves are coming onto the map, getting closer to the statues, you can see they're covered in these large giant runes. And they are carved into the actual statues in the stonework. So they're actually etched in. And then the hands of the 2 statues are empty stone bowls. So they're just kind of carved in a way to have the bowl sitting within the hands, and they're kind of stretching outwards in the direction. Thickets and trees just kind of envelop it, right? Kind of grow around it. And you notice as the giants themselves begin to move up, they come to this point and they begin to kind of fan out. Not saying any words, not really coming into any sort of conclusions. They just begin to kind of go their own ways, and they begin to kind of grab the food that they have, and they begin to either clean it, eat it, right? They're kind of continuing now to almost make camp. No one has said anything as they do this. They're just kind of making camp here in this particular area. And as Wolfsing Volsong gets to his particular area, sits down the equipment, makes way over to the thickets, Tarja still on the shoulder, begins to kind of stomp away at the thickets, right, to kind of bend down the actual brush and the different things here, and looks towards the actual giants, and then kneels down into the snow and begins to speak in giant to them, and just is almost praying to the statues and to the obelisks. After the prayer kind of concludes, roughly 30 seconds or so, slowly lifts the head up and turns towards you. These statues, they were built in worship to Thrym, for those who journey in their trek to find refuge and sanctuary. It was used, this place, by a great number of frost giants when they slayed Javarik. It was here they rested, and here they stayed. I am... Kind of looks around a little bit to the other giants. They are like me. They have gifted something very special to Thrym. In exchange, they were given power, giant might, to slay the dragon. Your quest is to slay Ithrin. Give something that is special, that is close to your heart, that if you were to die, Thrym would take with you to the halls of his chamber.
I'm going to nod at him, and without kind of saying a word, more in solemn thought, I'm going to straighten out my arm, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to pull the flute out of my sleeve, and I'm going to give it a very light blow and kind of play a couple of notes, maybe not loud enough for the rest of the party to hear, before I kind of try to, I guess, place it in one of the bowls if I can, or kind of reach towards that. To kind of let him know that I would like to offer the flute.
Okay, slowly kind of crunches down the thickets and turns and lowers you down the palm, slowly giving you down to the actual bowls themselves. Again, the statues are quite tall, so they're tall for you. For them, it's lower, right? So they're kind of bringing you down to the actual bowls. As you do, you set the flute in.
I kneel my head, and I kind of say out loud in common, "Until we're reunited." And I'm gonna kind of lift my head back up, and I'm gonna turn to Wolfsing, and I'm just gonna give him a nod as well. I appreciate you for letting me in on your custom. I hope that Thrym blesses this journey and that we are successful in everything that we have come to accomplish.
See Wolfsing kind of lower the head and close the eyes as the statue and the runes begin to glow, and your flute seems to slowly disperse to blue little dancing lights as it kind of pulls apart. Not necessarily that it's being destroyed, but just then it's going somewhere else is a good way to phrase it. If that happens, you notice the cold that is surely around you, albeit more comfortable, right, with the environment around, still been freezing, slowly begins to channel, right, kind of move and thing and shift around. And it's odd that when this happens, that your particular stone you have reacts to it as it begins to kind of grow upon the scales and frost more. It's trying to kind of give off the more of its effect, anticipation. So Wolfsing kind of raise eyes and stare in the direction of what is happening, and then slowly subsides, and then reaches towards the stone and speaks in giant towards it, and goes on for a couple seconds. As it happens, statue runes continue their glow and then subside, and this effect of the air kind of channeling around you slowly subsides, and the stone subsides.
Is that common? Is Thrym satisfied with my gift? I'm gonna
It
kind of
was
look at.
strange to see.
I'm just gonna give him a nod. That seems to be the story of my life.
Rim will be there. The gift has been provided. But what the gift was seems to be, points the direction, resisted.
As long as he is beside me, that's more than enough of a presence and a gift. This
course.
stone is. I'm not sure what this stone is, actually. And I'm going to just kind of hold it out and look at it a little bit.
Sling now turns around, faces all of you, kind of on the shoulders, now being kind of lowered down to the snow. Yells out something in giant and switches to common. You are more than welcome to give thanks to Thrym. Give a gift. Something to the heart. With honor, Thrym will bestow to you all. In return, a gift to slay Ithrin.
I'll tap my giant on the shoulder. Ask if I can get set down.
Grabs you, puts you on the ground.
Kind of make my way over. It seemed like these statues have been here forever. Like kind of weathered look to them.
Yes.
I have an appreciation for old things. So I am going to just say out loud, I've never been one to keep a lot of material objects, but in honor of him, I'd like to show him, if he's watching, what I have learned. And I'd probably take a step maybe over here and go through my motions of movement and training, my sets that I would do slowly, methodically, correctly, quietly.
Okay. Wolfsing look at you. Raise an eyebrow. That is a first. Brock, you've approached.
Okay, I'm going to take out my dragon chest set and put the black pieces in the bowl.
So he lifts you up a little bit to get you there. Put them in the bowl. So do they slowly, similar fashion to the flute, begins to spears. That happens. Swirl. This wind, this effect begins to happen around you. And as it does, it kind of shoots into you for a split second as the runes become lit, and then they slowly dwindle. As that comes, you don't feel any different. There's no change. Wolfsing smiling. Thrym is happy for what you have given, and in return a gift will be provided.
So that's what's supposed to happen.
Since you did. See as Wolfsing now goes to the rock. Sits down upon it. Begins to eat. We will rest here for the night. If we progress further, we will risk our lives for a needless cause. Ithrin's allies will find us in the night. We work better when it's light. More than welcome to rest near us if you need warmth. But this area, Thrym, this magic here, strong, will protect you. Ithrin's allies will not dare come here.
I want to look at Wolfsang. Do you mind if I ask you some questions while we have some time before we rest?
Of course, we will be here for many hours.
I feel like my friends and I didn't really get a chance to understand your culture and what you guys have been through. And in turn, our culture of thinking there's always tomorrow kind of showed in the way we handled the situation. I know you mentioned that there's some interesting power dynamics with you and the king and the other tribes. Can you give us insight on the kind of how things work?
Honor is all. As you might guess. Thrym, and the halls of Thrym, are where we giants go if we achieve this honor. But in order to do so, we must do what Thrym has guided us and has created us for. It has been foretold and told through word of mouth to children of giants for millennia. We were bred and created to kill dragons. Thrym demands the blood of dragons be spilled. By doing so, you achieve the greatest honor, a very seat, the table with Thrym. There we go to live eternal life. That is the true place that we giants live. Here in this life, we serve. Monsek was created out of necessity. We unite many giants that would otherwise raid and pillage and look for more dragons to fight. By uniting together, we created more than just serving. We found purpose in community, in structure. Held to this community was your prophecy that the chosen ones would arise. As the spawns of Javarig were slain, that sated. Prophecy was in the clouds. We knew it. We did not care that it would become something of paramount importance. When Ithrin 9 years ago would not be slain. For these 9 years, all we have had is that prophecy. None in time of giant has there ever been a time that we could not slay a dragon. In this dragon we cannot slay. When you have stopped the very principle and the very purpose of what our kind was made to do, and what the community was formed for, then what is there but war with each other? The Jarls of the great clans will try to assume control of the community that we built, and to push the giants, to try to achieve honor with their methods. King Grimar Ylfing has fell in love with this life. He seeks not to serve, but to love every other giant. In that way, he clouds his judgment, and the Jarls see it. Whereas the Jarls would be pleased to throw their kind and the ones under the banner, their colors, the fjord, the trenches, to Jotunvarg, to fight Ithrin's servants and allies, and to die in their service to gain honor. King Grimar Ylfing does not.
And what about you? Your allegiance is to Mondstag. However, you have killed many of dragons. It seems you could fit on either side of this equation.
Clan Monsag, before it was united by Yimsong and you brought into a collective, was its own clan, its own ways into service to Thrym, to get a seat at the table. When Javarig came, Clan Monsag was the first to look at outsiders' help. Javarig was troublesome and difficult. Strangely, there was one such individual that came to Clan Monsag, where you have seen the Great Hall, and Storvald, our arena, and Gultir's Forge. This wizard promised that Javarig would be slain, and gathered allies, such as dwarves from Clan Alderfist. Many Jarls did not like Smarlings interfering, but were amazed at the wizard's power and the might of these dwarves. They could not refuse. When Javarig's allies were killed, Javarig was pushed into her lair, I, along with Grimar Ylfing Jarl, slayed Javarig with this wizard.
I'm going to give him kind of a bow and say thank you. It sounds like without you guys, humanity could have been in trouble with as strong as this Javarig was.
She was a great, magnificent dragon. Very powerful. She was smart, and that is the undoing. Many of us are quite ruthless and head forward, stubborn. My allegiance to Clan Monsag does not mean nothing. My life here is to serve. Even though King Grimar Yilfin believes otherwise, I have achieved honor beyond measure. My seat in the halls of Thrym is there, always waiting. All I must do now is die. These others that have joined us, they are the same. Each one has played part in one of Javarag or more Javarag's spawns. It is why they do not care about their life. What allegiance does one have to a clan when Thrym and honor is all that matters?
Thank you for telling me your stories. And I'm going to kind of go back to eating at that point as I take all of that in.
Okay.
I'll call out to everyone kind of after we finish dinner and ask if anyone wants me to throw up a tiny hut or if they're all comfortable enough.
I kind of wait to see what Harak and Darius say first.
If you think Nereus is going to ask for anything from Tartan, I hope you joy freezing to death.
I think I'm gonna rough it tonight.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna ask Tartan to 100% put up the tiny hut because I love that hut. But I say I'll be along in just a second. There's something I have to do first.
I give you a thumbs up, and I'm going to kind of walk this way away from Thrym's magic and kind of set it up over here.
Okay.
I find my very secluded spot over by the rock and sit quietly, concentrate very hard, and I try to reach out in my mind and contact Navi.
Okay. You focus, you reach for your master. Attempt to connect spiritualness. Closing your eyes, focusing. You wake to quite a tranquil place. It seems to be reminiscent of your homeland up in the actual mountainside. Particular grotto, if you will. Small stream running through. A few rocks dangling around a pool of that stream that collects through. What does Navi look like? We never went through a description of that.
She's a fierce, middle-aged monk, silver hair, braided in the back, scars on the skin, has a motherly essence to her. Will knock you on the head if you misbehave, but pick you back up and give you cookies in the evening. She's wonderful.
Okay. CC Master Navi is currently within like grass and the flowers that surround the mountainous flowers that grow in Temeria, this particular area, kind of moving about. Master Navi is just meditating, just sitting there, posed. Seems to be kind of focusing, eyes closed. And this particular place you're in is not necessarily a physical place. It's just a manifestation of potentially a projection of some kind. So Master Navi is most likely not at this current location, but it is a representation potentially of where Master Navi and you practiced meditation and prayer and certain things to connect, become tranquil in spirit.
Gotcha. I'd like to approach her and, without startling her, although I doubt I could startle her, say, Master,
See the eyebrows raise. Yes.
I find myself high in a brisk, cold mountain range amongst new companions and giants with a battle on the horizon of a smaller kin to the one that laid so much waste that you and I bear witness to earlier. I asked for your words of wisdom to help me in this moment.
Lesson I taught you long ago. We are healers. Your mind and body, are they aligned?
They are.
If you feel at peace with your decision, then you will proceed forward. All creatures don't simply have to die. There are other ways, other paths, even with the destruction of the one that we have experienced on the field of desolation and so much ruin and trouble. There are other ways to fight something. It seems as
Agreed.
though your path has gone far.
There were many rocks in the river, but I find my way all the same.
You must be water, just flowing over them, taking the stream as it courses.
A few new companions, as of late, a peculiar bunch, different, each with their own merit and talent, different than me.
Difference only brings opportunity.
Agreed. Are you well?
Of course. Nothing has changed. There continues to be endless conflict. We do what we can.
I will return in time. Once
Time is merely a fixation of what binds us to this material plane. You must understand that one can be on a quest to achieve tranquility their entire life. In that quest, they will find things far greater. Just walk the path and let it come to you.
I will try with everything I am. Thank you for everything that you've taught me.
You're welcome. Now, I'm gonna go eat my dinner.
I'm gonna go into a tiny hut with a tiny man.
Sounds very exciting. You enjoy that.
He's a funny lot, but he's a friend.
It's good. It's good to see you.
And you. We'll talk later.
Mr. Navi, close the eyes.
With that, I make my way quietly into the tiny hut. See
Okay.
what Tardan's doing.
By the time he's entered, I've kind of. Well, actually, I guess I have to wait for him to. No, never mind. Anyway, by the time you enter, I'm kind of on my knees, in a trance. My hands clenched around the necklace as I prep my body for what's to come tomorrow.
I give you space. I quietly find my spot.
All right, everyone bedding down, getting to sleep. Verse.
Well, I gotta annoy Nereus before we do our rest.
Being an employee is hard.
It's hard work.
I just want to ask Nereus, why did you leave your home?
I was meant for something much greater than just swimming beneath the surface.
Did did you leave with a specific goal to accomplish?
I was training at the Wizard's Keep.
Is as simple as that then?
I'm as complex as the ocean. Take that as you will. I do not have a people in peril like you, nor some inane hero complex like him, nor just a curiosity to see the world and help those around me like Indigo. There are things I wish to do, yes, but not ones I think are worth sharing at this time.
I respect that. And if if we're both alive after I do what I set out to do, then I will make a point to help you in equal measure to which you've helped me.
It's terrible what's happened to your people. I hope we can help them before it's too late.
Is that a genuine statement?
He does seem to be genuine, but I mean, per usual, he has a way of talking about it where there's clearly like he thinks we should be doing that, not this. Like it's not like to jab at you, but it's like we could be helping them instead of, this dragon has hung around for a while. But yeah, he's being sincere.
Okay.
Oh, one last thing before I go to bed. I was surprised that you gave away those chess pieces. I didn't think I beat you that badly. And I'll just walk away.
Well, well, maybe as he's walking away, I'll say kind of quietly, but so he can hear that they were my father's chess pieces. Just so somebody knows.
All right. I mean, he doesn't respond. He just walks away.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna stay outside of the hut because this is the closest to the moon I've ever been. That's kind of cool. I don't want to be stuck under some dome.
Okay.
Nice.
All right. Snow softly falling down. A little bit of overcast, piercing moonlight through the clouds. Giants begin to rest themselves. None of them which really do have bedding necessarily. They're kind of just finding areas to lay down, clearing some of the snow, moving rocks, things like that. Just cutting down trees, but finding a little bit of spot to get a shut eye, to get some rest. As it happens, so do you all. Get your long rest. The dome providing a comfortable environment, the snow beginning to melt underneath, right, revealing that space of kind of dirt, a bit of rock. Transition it to the morning, roughly 6 a.m. or so. I'd imagine, given all the conversation that might have happened, eating things, just getting that full long rest for each of you. The stage, you all can take long rests. The character sheets. Some morning rises. Snow itself has slightly subsided. There's just a trickle of it. You notice that the giants themselves are now beginning to get up and move and pull themselves together. A couple of them have now decided to walk away as they kind of go into the wildlife surrounding and forage a little bit more. So they're beginning to kind of dig up things, maybe potentially roots, other sorts of stuff, showcasing just how natural they are in this particular environment. And really the level of how much knowledge they have of certain markers would lead to this right underneath the actual snow and rock and dirt. After they've gotten a little bit of sustenance there, and as well as pulling upon some of the satchels for dried kind of things, food that they have, like ration wise, they begin to offer themselves to each of you to pick you up. Imagine you all kind of go to your respective giant that you've been riding at this point, getting a little bit of comfortableness to that, and pick you up once by one and kind of put you upon the shoulders. At that point, they kind of crack some bones and move themselves about, doing a slight warm up, and begin to trudge forward, aimed at the switchbacks to finish them before transitioning to the actual peak. As you leave this area, again, the wind begins to howl. That has been pretty much the entire journey. The cold itself begins to kind of come through. But being in this particular that spiritual place and kind of having all of that carries off just a little bit through this actual trek. The magic potentially that Thrym is capable of really showcasing in more of a silent type silent pronunciation, kind of pronouncing itself in that way. The grueling journey through the remainder of the switchbacks, getting on top of the actual mountain, begin to trudge through some trees and vegetation after several hours, giving ourselves to about 9 o'clock. 9 a.m. And you come to an area that I'm going to go ahead and activate at this point as you're kind of trudging upwards, that you start to hear right through the vegetation and tundra vegetation, the evergreen trees, the sound of rushing water, and it comes more and more and more. You kind of come to this point, and on the top of the giants, you can kind of really see. You're noticing that you're on the final trek at this point, getting through on the mountainside. You've gone to the clearing. You can see the peak in the distance. You gotta be only a couple more hours of travel, if that. You can see the peak kind of shooting high up into the air at the stage. And again, the giants don't seem like they're actually going to be going towards the peak. They're going to the base of it. And there's a little bit of a degrade off the map to the east. This bridge is crossing over. So it kind of goes up and then down, suggesting that the remainder of the journey is really getting to the base of the peak. Like I said, elevation first, then the transition to kind of get through the remainder of the particular journey. The river itself is slightly frozen. So there is ice that encompasses the sides of these cliffs as they extend down roughly 40 feet or so. They're not very deep, as far as the cliff sides. They're not very high, but they're enough to cause some fright, as the river is very slow moving, deep and wide, and comes from tributaries and actual mountain runoff towards the south of this map, and again kind of disperses through crevasse and then goes around a bend. You can't really see in the trees and the evergreen thickets, and tundra vegetation continues in that direction to the south. The bridge is odd, right? This is a large wooden bridge, roped wooden bridge, and it seems to kind of descend down and pull itself back up, and a little bit of a way as it's getting hit by the wind and kind of moving. It's covered with snow, obviously, and some of it's fallen off at times. And it's in decent condition. It hasn't... It seems to be quite sturdy in the way it looks. And the fact that the planks are not broken and things are on it. But what, again, is odd is that the giants are too big for this bridge. Right? There's no need necessarily for them to use this bridge. They might be able just to climb down the actual cliffs and cross over the river that way, just walk through it. As they stop, Wolfsing kind of looks towards you lot on the shoulders. This was made for the dwarves. It is a relic. Did not know where Javarig laid. The wizard made many paths the dwarves could find and scout. We can traverse across the water. You may ride if you'd like, or you can walk over the bridge.
Arden's gonna shrug. You've gotten us this far. I see our partnership continuing as far as it can. And I'm just gonna kind of like kick my feet up on his shoulder blade and like kind of rest against his neck.
Okay. Sing climbs down, goes into the ice.
Well, I'm tired of riding, so I'm gonna walk.
And climbs down.
I'm not gonna leave Harak to walk by himself, so I'll jump off and walk next to him.
Well, Nereus was totally going to walk down the river, but now there's a chance to isolate from Tardan, so he will get off as well. Because he's not worried if, goes underwater.
You begin to traverse across. You see is this particular giant pausing,
Well,
pulling you back to your spot. This particular giant, moving slowly, looks to the left, and then plummets into the water disappearing underneath. You see Wolfsing immediately snap into the direction, looking and trying to see what had happened, yelling out in Giant this particular name, yelling out this one's name, calling out. You see the other two kind of snap and look into the direction. After that, Giant for a moment goes underneath the rushing waters. It's coming through again, the river, slow moving, but still, still rushing in a way. A creature penetrates its head up through the actual water. Just its head. As it does, kind of pulls its head outwards. This draconic-like skull and these eyes, again, these similar features to a dragon, but this seems to be a sea serpent of some kind, with the dorsal fins that extends upright through the actual head as it comes through. And you're noticing that most of its body is kind of curled around the actual rock, as its now scales are kind of coming through, or its fin appendages are kind of coming through, and then are letting it go, kind of letting go of the rock and disappearing. You do not see the giant. You can only see within the teeth of the particular creature as it opens its jaws, tinges of the actual armor and bone of the giant as it's taken a bite out of it. And then as you continue to watch, you see the giant bob up, going down river to the north, just face down, missing part of its body, just floating down the remainder of the river. As it has taken the bite, you see Wolfsing grabbing at the axe and then yells out towards you all, "Run!" This will need you all to roll initiatives.
I'm just waiting. Nereus, is that one of your people?
Oh, is that one
no.
of your That's so rough. That is rough.
Nereus, I wouldn't do that to you twice.
I mean,
I
this
gotta
thing
come
looks
up with better
cool. Can
jokes.
I like tame this thing and be like, let's fight like dragons or sea serpents? That sounds great.
And some of our party members are making my character look racially sensitive.
Look, the only person I've made fun of so far is Nereus, okay?
All right. So before we get into this fight, as we are kind of nearing the break time, we're going to take an early break. That way we don't push in kind of further with this particular combat. If we do, we'll see what happens. So let's take the never know path. If you're watching the stream, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And we'll be back in 10 minutes or so. So 6:30 p.m. PST when we'll return. And we hope to see you. So we're back.
Bye.
I don't know what to do on this one.
All right. Welcome. If you are joining us back for the break, thank you so much coming back in. We're going to get right into the combat as all of our initiatives have been rolled, it looks like, as we have come across this crossing into the final stretches towards Hilvarg Peak, or the base of Hilvarg Peak. The giants themselves have transitioned into the water, not being able to take this particular bridge across. And one of them has succumbed to a sea serpent, being bitten and dragged into the water, and has died. And see the body floating down, showcasing the strength and the size of this particular creature, being able to eat one of these giants, taking a bite out of it, and then letting it go down the water. Now, much of the sea serpent's body is in the water, right? It's like you can see its fin, its appendages, and whatnot. And as you're transitioning across the bridge, coming out of the particular rocks on the cliff sides, as they begin to pull themselves out of them, I'm going to go ahead and reveal their positions. Looks to be spiders that are of a whitish and brownish red coloration. They begin to uncurl themselves from the actual rocks, skittering as they're now coming up. You also have familiar creatures, these smaller looking of the Aetherin's allies, these draconic-like figures. They're there. You're not seeing any of the larger ones as they're transitioning, hiding within the small little grooves of the icy rocks as they're now coming upright and almost they're pulling themselves up. Okay? Any questions before we start?
Are they working with the sea serpent since they're only revealing themselves now?
Those are questions. Beginning combat, one of the spiders finishes its climb as it does. It then is slowly pulling its body upon the actual ropes and the rocks of the bridge. As it does, it begins to dash, teetering across, getting all the way as it does, coming through. But it's not here on the top of the bridge. It now goes and it's inverted. It is on the other side of the bridge. It's underneath it as it's crawling underneath the bridge. As it does that, I'm going to go ahead and just put a charmed mark on it to signify that it's underneath, so that way there's some difference between how you're looking at it. But so for Rock, Nereus, Indigo, you're on the bridge. You see the spiders. It does, it rotates, and now it's on the underside of the bridge. You can see its legs kind of coming through and wrapping itself around, as so I'm not going to hide its position. This is pretty obvious what it's doing. Come to this other one. This other one's going to sidestep crawl on it. This one's actually going to maintain its presence on the top side of the actual bridge, so you can see it skittering. Now gets to this spot as it's continuing its climb ferociously onto the top. It raises its mandibles up, kind of pulls up its front legs in anticipation of biting as it's running, coming into the bridge there. Indigo, you're up.
All right. Oh my god. All right. Here we go. I will say boom, 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 boom. I will make it all the way to question. When I hold an action to attack, will I get all my attacks or just one attack?
If you hold your attack?
Yeah, I hold my action to attack. So it's all of it, like attack, bonus attack, all that, or
no,
just
not
a
bonus.
bunch?
So you're holding your attack action. So if you have extra attack, you can take 2 swings, right, in the
Gotcha.
hell. But you have nothing else. You have no bonus. You can't do flurry of blows or anything like that.
Gotcha. All right, I will move to in front of Harok, and I will ready an attack if anything comes anywhere near me.
Okay.
That's what I'll do.
All right, Nereus, you're up.
I'll move up behind Tarok and whisper quietly in his ear. The giants are as good as dead. Clear a path.
I'm gonna nod to that.
And he will, for the first time, help somebody else out.
That's crazy. You really cast a case on somebody? Oh, Nereus is falling in love.
So Nereus is turning into a softie this session.
No, notice the giants are as good as dead. Who's down there with the giants?
Yeah, look, look.
That's
I'm not worried about me. It's fine.
Good, because Nereus isn't worried about you either. Oh, that's it for me.
All right, one of these drake creatures finishes its ascent. As it does, it begins and turns towards the rope and starts biting the rope. As it begins to gnaw off the rope, it's going to attempt to break the bridge.
Guess who's gonna be down here with us in a minute?
Spider climbs, begins to get on the bridge. This one is on the top side. As it does, it moves its full dash, running, raises up its front legs and mandibles as it's doing it in an attempt to bite, and it's making its motions. This giant is actually going to sidestep, going just to the left side of the bridge. As it does, it raises its arm and it's attempting to grab the actual spider above on the bridge. It raises, again, very tall, this giant, in the depth of this river, right? So they're kind of coming up to a point, but then they have their arms as well as they're reaching up, and it's going to go in for a check to grapple here. So we're going to have that come through. You see, as the spider itself is nimble and able to kind of hug and slide as the giant's groping and reaching, it's unable to actually grab that particular spider with the grapple. And in so doing, it's then going to go underneath. As it does, it takes its entire movement speed and raises its axe and kind of holds anticipation, potentially of being struck by the serpent. Ending turn. Now come to the serpent. The serpent dives under the water. As it does, you're sloshing and a movement tartan around the water. As there's movement, you see Wolfsing kind of bracing and looking. You see the giant to your left grabbed and pulled underneath the water, submerging. You do not see the giant reemerge. Seeing its friend, this giant's going to roll up. Simply going to go in for kind of an attack. I'm going to go ahead and roll the axe attack just for the actual die roll, but it's going to be more of an unarmed strike, since this giant does not dare risk destroying the bridge with you all on it. So it's going to have the same modifiers, really, of the particular weapon here. The first strike is going to miss the spider as it comes in with an 11, and then we're going to hit with a 26. We're going to go ahead and roll proper damage for this size of a creature. Rule sets. Comes in for their unarmed strike. That is 20 points of bludgeoning damage as he simply comes and almost smacks the spider, kind of coming through, maybe top down. The bridge moves a little bit, but not enough to knock you off, in an attempt to crush the spider a little bit, being gentle and soft. It's then going to use its remainder of its movement speed now to kind of run and slosh in the water, going alongside the bridge and kind of keeping its position with you lot. Ending turn, we now come to Wolfsing Song. Looks towards you, looks at the giant who's gone into the water, immediately begins to make way. Taking a dash, is coming all the way to the edge here, raises, pulls, and grabs, even without your control tartan, puts you onto the icy rock side. Okay, so it's going to grab you on the shoulder and pulls you off the dash free action, takes the entire reach that it has, puts you on the cliff side. That is going to be the edge of Wolfsong. Wolfsong looks to you and slowly nods the head. Another spider. This one, taking its dash as it gets on. I'm going to move it right here as it's dashed there. And this one is going to be underneath the bridge. So putting the charm mark as it's underneath and kind of curled a little bit to the side with its legs grabbing on. Rock, you are hasted. So this means obviously you get twice as much movement speed. And then you also have a free kind of, or a kind of a secondary action, if you will, just to make one melee strike or something else. Right? So.
Okay. Ironically, haste has slowed down my, it's given me, I need more time to think about what I was going to do. I think I know, though. Okay. These spiders are pretty pretty big, right? Just off the top of my head, I
They're big.
I'd probably want to attack them rather than trying to shove them off.
They're big spiders. They're large-sized creatures. Shoving a large-sized creature is difficult. Mainly what kind of pushes you away from shoving a creature like this is that they have multiple legs, and they have abilities to kind of climb and things, right? So, and you also have a kind of a rope, kind of get to push them through, and they have a lot of body themselves to kind of snag into the rope. Could be difficult.
Exactly what I was thinking. So with that in mind, I'm going to cast Magic Weapon on my bow.
Okay. Let me go ahead and make sure that's +1 here. Do it manually before you fire it. Okay. Put your longbow to +1 there, and then I'll put the concentration check on.
I'm going to take aim at this little guy trying to dunk us.
All right, 23. Lands inside, snarls at you, takes the damage, and continues to bite.
Oh, oof.
13 flies over. Zzz.
And I still have one more hasted attack, right?
Correct. Eighteen hits. 4 points piercing damage. Zzz. Lands into the underbelly. Continues to bite.
Okay. Well, it's a little anticlimactic, but yeah. Barely wounded. That makes me feel bad.
Comes to the edge here. It's gonna be its dash to get to this point, but surely it's gonna be biting that rope. I'm also gonna put it here. I've showcased that. Between here. The bite's now the other side of the bridge. Again, though, that was a dash to get to that point instead of finish its ascension up the cliffside and then all the way over. So it's not necessarily biting yet. Now come to the left side, the side that you've crossed from. We now come to one of them as they finish their kind of climbing, coming upon the rock. This one now bites this side. This rope is getting bit here. Ending turn. Tardan, you're up.
Oh, I don't know what to do here. Alright, I guess I'm gonna help my team. Want to save Wolfsang, but I am going to take my 5 feet of movement to just kind of step over here and get a better line of sight, and I am going to cast Hypnotic Pattern. I want to cast it up in the air though, so that way it doesn't hit Wolfsang, but it kind of comes down and hits these guys up above.
So it's a 20-foot cube. Unfortunately, the spider on the other side of the bridge and the height of the particular giant, they will both be in the same space of the 20-foot cube.
All right,
It's a 30-foot cube, so it's even larger than that.
it is. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to So before I cast, I want to give Wolfsang a Bardic Inspiration.
Okay.
So
If you
target
have
him.
Yeah, go ahead and
Yep.
target. If you have the template, you can always right-click to not put the template back and just be noting your spell slot, right? So
Okay.
using Bardic Inspiration, okay?
Yep. And then yeah, it actually got rid of my template. But it was here. I'll just put it there without using a spell slot. Should hit everything. It looks like.
Okay, so you're giving Bardic Inspiration to try to succeed, knowing
Yes.
that Wolfsang will be attached to it. All right, Wolfsing Volsong succeeds with an 18 after having to use the Bark Inspiration. Actually rolled a 7 plus 3, 10, and then the Inspiration die was 8, so they were able to succeed. So only with Bark Inspiration did they succeed.
Nice.
As the other
Oh,
creatures
thank
have
God.
rolled, the spider has failed. One of the drakes has failed, particularly the one that has yet to bite. The one that is currently biting has succeeded with a 19. I'm going to note them with the charmed and incapacitated state for the ones that are there. Now, in an incapacitated state, as rules followed, condition follows. So an incapacitated creature can't take actions or reactions. So the spider climbing underneath is actually going to hang there, as this ability, this feature is a passive feature. So it's just kind of incapacitated, hanging like a frozen thing. So it's not just going to drop off of the actual bridge because of the way the feature works. Especially, a spider that's stunned just kind of sits there.
Yep.
So, but Wolfsing saves. So
All right, and then I am going to step 15 feet this way, and I will end my turn there.
okay. Ending your turn there. We now come to another drake on the other side. This one is now proceeding to bite on the other side as well. So now that you hear the rope, at this point, how much biting is happening on the ropes, the bridge slowly beginning to kind of move a little bit as they're knotting these thick braided ropes. They're small looking mouths. All right, this one is in its stupor, so I'm going to go ahead and end its turn as it doesn't have anything there. It hasn't been shaken necessarily to wake it up, even though the bridge is moving. Just circumvent that a little bit. This spider, raising its legs and its mandibles in the front, goes in for the bite on you, Harak. As it does, it lunges. It's going to be a 9, which misses as it strikes down the bridge. Clenches down, picks itself back up, continues to raise its front legs and mandibles, missing there. Ending turn. Indigo, you're up.
I'm going to basically go to right here. I'm going to tap Harak on the shoulder. I'm going to attempt to kind of vault over the spider, land behind him, and then I am going to give him the business as best
Okay.
I can.
$16 is going to hit, almost a nat 1. Dealing 10 points of bludgeoning damage to the spider. There's squish into its abdomen region. His kind of backside is lowered. Its front is lifted. His thorax is lifted. Kind of crunching into the chitinous shell as it does. It kind of cracks.
Nice. I'll go again with a kick.
21 hits. Another 10 points of damage, smashing into once more. You see kind of this goo beginning to pour out of it. This greenish, yellowish liquid as it does takes the blow and kind of hits to kind of rouse its body around.
Outstanding. And then bonus unarmed.
Okay. First strike come out. 23 is going to hit. Does 7 points of bludgeoning damage. As you finish it off, it raises itself, kind of turning around towards you, kind of take the blow, punching through, and then shifting its weight over, clear the bridge as the spider gets launched off the side and falls into the ice, hitting and then into the water, disappearing.
Outstanding. I will take where is it? My last 25 foot of movement to just try to make way toward the eastern land. That's it.
Okay. All right, Nereus, you're up.
He is just gonna dash, running ahead.
Okay.
That's it.
All right, continuing its bite. Finishes its bite down, taking its action. That rope snaps as it does. The bridge kind of comes. You see Wolfsing grab on the side, bracing it on the shoulder, taking the reaction, holding two. After taking its action to do that, it turns towards the other side. As it does, it comes up to the one that is in the stupor, and it immediately jumps into the air and smacks into it with its body. As it does, being shaken in that manner, you see the creature can kind of snap itself up as this one slides, grabbing itself on all fours and pitching its nose and looking, showcasing the intelligence, particularly of the creatures. Now it's going to end its turn. All right, topside spider that has been squished continues its dash, moving 60 feet as it does, all fours running down the bridge. We now come to one giant resurfacing as it is It's wrapped completely around the chest as it is coming for wild swings at a target it cannot see. Comes in towards the actual water, splashes in with one strike. Nothing seems to happen. Goes in for another one. Misses again. Both strikes missing and strikes into the water, getting pulled and ripped around. You see it submerge once more, smashing into the water. This giant now begins to run as it is, continues its movement, being kind of seeing the bridge now falling down. It is going to dash, taking its entire movement speed to potentially aid if that other side falls. So this one is moving to react to potentially hold the bridge. Now come to Wolfsing. Wolfsing, holding the bridge, is able to swing its weapon at the same time it's holding the bridge, and it's going to help kind of ascend at the same time that it's holding the bridge. So it's going to ascend, come up to the cliffside here after the ascension, and then swing with its axe towards the other one, chomping down, not really caring at this point if the bridge is cut from the strike. Comes with a top down. Going ahead and roll probability as well. 23 strikes, does 21 points of damage as it lands, does not cut the bridge, goes in for a second strike, holding the bridge itself. At this point, kind of grabbing on. 24 hits, 21 points of damage, rolling probability again to see if they hit the rope. It does not hit the rope as both strikes land on the other side, coming top down. Large hunking strikes using the off right, kind of brace and hold upon the actual bridge itself, kind of somewhat underneath it. Bridge is slightly tilted at this point as you're finishing your run across. Another spider dashing, inverted, continues. Brock, you're up. 2 spiders behind you. Full chase.
Okay. I'm going to bonus action mark this guy in front of us, and then start putting some arrows into him.
Okay.
Or her. Or them.
We will not assume the gender of a spider. 13 does not land as you fire an arrow aimed in the direction of that spider. It is technically it's inverted, so you're kind of shooting a little bit maybe to the side, right, to hit some of its legs. 13 misses.
I'm really dumb. I forgot that guy was on the underside. I just see spider on screen and
Spider on screen, 5.
It's underside and not doing anything.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, it's just like
incapacitated
hanging
as
there.
well.
see, this is what happens when you haste me and
Oh, good.
I'm trying to think.
Oh my, don't blame
And
it
the-
on the haze. Look at you.
Don't
No,
worry,
I'm
he
not.
won't ever haste you again. You're
No,
just totally fine.
No, it's like I'm flooring it in first gear.
Just
It's a
revving that
great-
engine.
Great analogy.
Okay,
Got more movement, 60 feet.
You got more movement than me normally.
okay, I'm gonna. Well, I'll shoot at a guy who's not completely obscured from my view.
Yeah.
How about that?
Spider running down. 18 hits. Flies in, does 10 points of damage. Kind of thunks and kind of flings itself off the side. It's dead.
Okay. Can I then use my hasted action to kind of in game terms grapple Nereus and kind of pull him toward the end of the bridge?
Yeah, so you can use it to take the attack action. One of the attack actions can be a grapple, so that's fine. You can use a grapple. Nereus, are you accepting this? You can obviously accept it and just throw. You don't or throw the throw.
I mean, are
right?
you saying anything? Just lunging at Nereus.
I might do something to like kind of grab his upper arm and say, "Let's go," or something along.
Okay, yeah, then I'll let it happen. That's fine.
Okay, so it's to carry. So it's half movement speed at this point, and Nereus, you'll follow along. You have, I think, 30 more feet of your normal movement speed left, so it'd be 15. what you have.
Something like that.
Okay. And Nereus, you can be in front anywhere in the position that you're being carried at this point. So. Okay. All right. Drake now getting to bites. First action biting. Begins to chomp on it. Now go to the backside. Second action chomping. As it finishes its bite, it snaps. As it does, the bridge now turning onto one side. All of you all begin to slide off. I'm gonna go ahead and shift positions here. So you now are crashing into the side of the rope. And all of you to make dexterity saving throws. Okay. It's also the other side. Let me phrase that. Other side. This side. Yeah, there we go. Spiders throw me off. Spider egg. All right, 17, 22, 23, all successful. So you're able to kind of maintain yourself in the actual rope bridge. But after that happens, you see Wolfsing kind of trying to right it, but again, it's in a tilt at this point, and kind of contorted in a way because you have Wolfsing holding it and you have one broken, and so now it's kind of slinging itself in a wobbly like fashion. So I'm gonna put you on the particular side to showcase that. All right, Tardan, you're up.
Seeing this one bite down on the bridge, I am going to go ahead and use Dissonant Whispers at first level on it.
All right, it's going to fail. Takes 12 points of psychic damage, and you see as it dies, sprouts into icicles and rocks.
I'm gonna look at the party. Hey, you guys got like 6 seconds to get off this bridge, and I'm gonna like take 15 steps this way.
Okay.
And end my turn there.
End of your turn, we come to this one, now taking its second action. As it bites, snaps, the whole bridge begins to domino down. Slowly and surely as it begins to domino down, this bridge will be in the water at its tail end here on the backside. At the next round here, as it's slowly beginning to fall down. This particular giant reacts, grabs on, begins to brace it as the force itself jarring, but you are at this point of the return point or kind of thing where you're pretty much far enough that you're noticing that the bridge, even though it's down, it's enough that you're not in the water. You're close enough to the edge here, and with the support of the giants maintaining the bridge, it's not difficult terrain to make your way across. Spider is incapacitated, so we're going to go to Indigo.
I'm going to go. Do. Yeah, that would make sense. I'll go to about here, jump over the rope.
Okay.
Kind of get to here. Yeah, makes sense.
Okay.
And then I will attack the other one. Right here.
I'll probably say that's the remainder of your movement speed to kind of go along that scope there. So 25 is
Understood.
going to hit. That does 8 points of bludgeoning damage. You smack into it. Now kind of turns its attention towards you, snarls at you.
Gotcha. Gonna go for second attack. Ugh.
Ooh, that's a nat 1. You land. Nothing particularly bad happens. You badly miss, wildly swing.
Alright, a bonus last chance.
21 hits. That is 9 points of bludgeoning damage. Takes the blow. Snarls.
Okay, and I'm gonna use a key point to put hand to harm, inflict hand to harm on it.
Okay, so it's poisoned.
Poisoned and it takes. Where was it at? I'm so sorry. Bam.
6 points of necrotic.
6
Splinters and
poisoned.
tendrils. The last strike, as you kind of swiped across its face, the tendrils begin to sprout through its scales.
Alright, that's it.
All right, Nereus, you're up.
Alright, well, he's gonna run off the bridge. Assuming that rock doesn't, not let him run away. Actually, he's just gonna double move. He doesn't want to get hit
Yeah.
by a serpent.
Gotcha.
He's just gonna dash over there.
Okay. All right, any turn we come to another one. This one is going to jump over its fallen brethren here. It's going to actually leave your threat space. You get attack of opportunity on it. And to go as it does, it goes in for its action to finish off the rope. 19 hits. 6 points of bludgeoning damage. As it's not dead, bites and clamps onto the rope. As it does, it hangs, snaps, it kind of gets pulled along with it as the bridge begins to topple into the water. Giants doing their best to react and brace the bridge, but it's not enough as they begin to hold to. Harak, you are the last person on the bridge. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw as it begins to topple down into the water.
Wow.
Advantage 13, bracing yourself as best as you can. You are unable, as you are now going with the bridge. You are technically at this point minus 40 feet down. No damage is incurred, but you are now on the ice scape as the bridge kind of topples down. The Giants did their best they can to hold it. They gracefully lower you at this point to hold the bridge and doing the best they can. So you're on the ground, Giant next to you, Wolf Sing above. See the poison one kind of looks around and its breath snarls, and then through its mouth, it's common. You'll all die. It kind of sniffs and hovers through the air. Re-submerging itself. Another giant. So it comes in for another 2 swings. Nat 1. As it badly misses, crashing. You see its legs and gets contorted. No longer there. Instead, you see the bubbles of blood and one of its leg slowly going down the river.
Oh.
All right. Coming to this giant is going to immediately react, run up, grab you, Harak, and yeet you to the side. It's going to chucks you a little bit. You kind of land with a large thunk. Not going to put you prone. And so doing, looks towards Wolf Sing and speaks in giant. Slowly turns and immediately charges forward into the water.
Oh, that one's mine.
Sees Wolf Sing. We must go. As he comes here, immediately looks down, goes in for 1 strike. 27. Deals 33 points of damage, squishes it into the ground. Picks Indigo up and uses its remainder movement speed to clear house. Disappears in the water. Disappears. Rock, you're up.
Well, I guess I'll follow him.
Okay.
Actually, I'll already in action if I'll shoot something if anything comes into my view.
Okay. Come to the drakes to the backside. As they do, they just slowly turn, not making any movements, just staring in the direction, maintaining their position and posture. Tardan, you're up.
Man. I'm gonna step 10 feet this way. And I think it's 10 feet that I need to hold up. Let me double check. Yep. I'm gonna look at this giant here and I'm gonna tell him not to die, and I'm gonna use a bardic inspiration on him.
Okay.
And then I'm going to take the dash action for my actual action, and I'm out.
Okay.
And that'll be the end of my turn.
All right, as we come to the top of round 4, you see as the spider in the actual water escape, slowly trying to turn, but sliding upon the ice, doing the best they can. Slowly, as you notice, the bridge also broke some of the ice. This creature particularly cannot necessarily walk upon the slick ice, but maybe just the rocks itself. In so doing, you see kind of succumb to the elements of the water as it's kind of being pulled in the cracks and sliding. You know, as the giant also helps it along. That particular creature no longer indigo. You're up.
I will do the same, basically. Yeah, all the way, just regular movement to here. Ready in action to attack, just in case. But I don't think I'll need it, but just in case.
All right. So at this point, I'm going to ask, since you all have cleared space, essentially the sea serpent's threat range, how it operates. Are any of you engaging in combat, or are you running with Wolfsing headed for the peak?
And I really want to save that other giant.
I know, that was mine. He was fine. He could have gotten away.
He wants to die a warrior's death.
I
Let
know,
the
he
giant
wants to avenge
do
it.
anyway. He wants to
But
do
that
all-
was out of character, not in character. I mean, Nereus doesn't care.
I guess we're
I
ending
think we're all just
combat.
running, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Everyone's running. Going to go ahead and end combat. As we end combat, disappearing, and you're heading in the direction of the peak. The remainder of this journey, this long trek through the bounds, Wolfsing carrying 2 of you, maybe, or even 3, 4 of you in the hands, right? Continuing the onslaught of the walk, mostly a run at this point, right, to clear space. You can see the serpent penetrating through the air, attacking the sloshes. You're hearing yelling happening, and eventually that all subsides as you continue to make way, headed for the peak.
As your guide, I feel like it's prudent to point out when we go back, we don't have a way across the river.
Sinks towards you. It was never a point to get back.
Hold up. What do you mean?
Nereus just is glaring at Tartan.
Hold up. Tar's gonna kind of look dumbfounded for a second. What do you mean? I said that we're gonna kill this dragon, which meant that we were going back.
Kill this dragon does not mean to return alive.
I think there was a breakdown in communication here. I'm not dying a fool's death. We're killing the dragon. We're all going home. Okay, that's the end of this discussion. Tartan's gonna kind of like turn around and like pout.
Do the best that we can. Continue to travel, continuing get to about the noon hour here of the journey, particularly that the ride itself is not nearly as quick, noting that you have lost all but Wolfsing.
Is it possible to do a short rest while on this said giant?
Yeah, you can if you'd like.
Thanks.
After
Thank you.
traveling through the steep and narrow ravine, as you kind of entered in from the particular crossing, you begin to reach the base of Helvarg. You may take your short rest at any point when I'm doing this.
Thank you.
Get
I'm
all my
about
bardic
short-
inspirations.
Yeah, I'm all about short rest. I get my key back, so yeah.
Up above, you see, stretching high, thousands and thousands of feet, is the top of the particular mountain. This, as you scan, is the base, as you've reached it, somewhat forming kind of a crater, if you will, surrounding itself. You can see the kind of cliff sides jutting and spiked edges of large fractal kind of ice pillars as they're kind of moving in large spikes surrounding this particular crater around you. Deep entrenched trenches, some thickets and whatnot. And then in the side of the actual mountain where the crater smashes into, there's a large opening. Particular opening here, roughly 90 feet in height, and its width stretching far and wide. It's craggle and ice escape kind of juts and kind of explodes outwards. As you can see inside the cavern at this distance, there's light emerging, coming from the actual this dancing like light, and it seems as though it's emerging from white crystals that are penetrating upright and these other things. At this distance, and not being with inside of this particular cavern, across from the trenches, you're unable to see much of anything else besides the fact that the cavern floor is caked in little spots of ice. Not necessarily the whole cavern floor is ice, just beginnings of it. Seeing tired, breathing, moving quite far, trying to. This is a double quickened pace for Wolfsing, carrying all of you as well to get to this point. Make sure that you're separated far enough from the actual potential allies of Ithrin getting to this particular point of this journey, seeing the large and expensive trench system. Wolfsing looks to you all. Carry you across.
Yeah.
Unless you want to throw us.
Darn. Don't give me any fucking ideas, man.
Boy, it's not the worst idea I've had today.
For clarification for me, all right, across the way, entry into the mountainside, that hole is going down or going...
Down, but you can't see that necessarily. You're just
it's
seeing.
a massive opening.
You're just
within.
seeing that there is something like a shadow, maybe. That's about what
Gotcha,
you can see,
gotcha.
especially this definite in the far away
Gotcha.
as well.
Yeah, far away. Okay, got it. All right. Let's do what we came here to do.
I would like to take my necklace in my hand, and this time I want to focus my mind to kind of go back to said cave that I went into in the initial vision and tell. Essentially, I want to try to tell Ethrin that we're here and to come out and face us. Is what I'm kind of doing mentally, if I can.
All right, I need you to make an intelligence saving throw.
Good luck.
How would that roll?
That dice was all over.
So you begin to focus your mind into the stone and attempting to do what it is you would like to do. There's resistance, and a pain of psychic energy begins to wash over you. No damage is dealt, but if you continue, you will not be able to sustain it.
Got it. I'm going to let go of the necklace. Let's go. Look at everyone else.
Okay. So he is Wolfsing holding on to all four of you, two in the palm, two in the shoulder. Begins and comes up to the edge, the large vault, jumps across, lands, shuffles, begins to slowly lower you all down.
Hey, I know those crystals.
Lowering it all down, you see as Wolfsing now begins to kind of walk over, hunch down, looking left, looking right, staring and stretching, weapons drawn. Drips of water. Potentially tributaries, mountain runoff. They form down, but as they hit the floor, they turn to ice. Immediately. Wolfsing continues You're noticing two large pillars, stalagmite pillars covered in white ice crystals jutting out of them. More like icicles, but they're large enough to be counted as crystals at this point, and they continue into the large kind of cavern ceiling. It's craggled and it's filled with the same crystals. It's almost like a geode that you're sitting in. 130-foot ceiling height that is, again, domed, if you will, as it kind of crackles down. The center of the area is a large and deep hole punctured into the cavern. It descends into darkness and is surrounded by the same sharp white icicle.
Are the icicles glowing?
They are taking the light from the space and they seem to be refracting it, creating an effect.
Okay, so they don't look like they're magical, just looking at them.
They do not look like they're magical, but they could be a source of light in a dark environment.
Sure.
If there's dim light, right? Kind of broadening the light. I think that you, based on your passive arcane, I think immediately would recognize that there is some magical effect happening with the drips of water and the formation of ice. In addition, that the crystals themselves are more like icicles than they are like a natural formation of crystal.
Everyone ready?
I wanna like go over to the group, I guess, real quick, and just have a very fast conversation before we plummet. I just want to know everybody's intentions here. Is there a moment if we can't that we need to retreat? If the barrier won't go down, if one of us falls, I want to know where y'all's head's at. Because I don't want to go in there with any more surprises than we'll probably already experience.
You say that,
I'm gonna.
Indigo,
Go ahead.
Barak. You can hear the cracking of ice and splintering inside the cavern.
I think that if it reaches the point where we have to retreat, then we're already dead.
If the necklace doesn't work, I want Wolf Sing to grab you three and run. You shouldn't have to pay for my mistakes.
Too late.
Any more than you already have. And I'm going to kind of like side eye Nereus as
Let me rephrase. We know this dragon has a barrier around it. What are the different things we are going to try to remove that barrier? The necklace. Nereus, do you have magic that can dispel anything like that? Harak, do you know anything about this? I'm just curious. If we each try and the barrier doesn't go down, then do we can run hightail right then and there.
Have you ever tried to outrun a dragon?
Have you ever laid in the wake of a dragon? Ever? Or do you just talk a lot?
I actually don't talk very much.
You need to start talking more. I'm asking about us communicating so we can survive.
Nereus, Tardan hear the same ice creaking and falling of it. At this point, Wolfsink hears it as well, steps forward. The direction of the noise coming from the trench.
Friends back.
We should spread out. I can try and take down the barrier, but whatever protections might be beyond my capabilities.
As Wolfsink continues across the plateau, looking down as he slowly turns and looks towards you all. You need to descend now.
Well, I guess this is it, boys.
I do not have dark vision, so I stick close to Nereus as we go down.
As you begin to descend down, you hear Wolfsing yell out, "Kill Ethrin!" I'm going to go ahead and reveal as they begin to climb up the
Oh,
cliff
sorry. He's going to
sides.
cast Mage Armor too. So that's okay.
Yep,
Would have cast that before last hours. I was like, wait a minute.
Climb up the cliffside, numerous by the hundreds of these servants as they begin to charge upwards of the cliffside, up the trench, aimed for you all as they begin to run up it. Sees Wolfsong slowly turns, grabs on the axe, begins to chomp at the cavern entrance. One bit falls, another takes another bit, it falls, attempting to cave in the cavern entrance so these creatures cannot come in. With that, you all begin your descent.
That man really meant it when he said there was no return. TPK. No, we're
Not,
fine.
not today.
We dealt with that Rimmer Haze so easy. This fight's gonna be a piece of cake.
We can probably talk our way out of this, right?
As you begin to ascend down, it becomes apparent that the actual cavern itself is not a direct vertical drop. It is gradual and slowly kind of turns and moves. At some point, you do need to climb, but it's not difficult. The handholds within the crystals and the icicles themselves are numerous and plentiful. Many of them sharp, but not necessarily to creatures of your size. They're rather obtuse and blunted for small creatures such as yourself, but potentially for dragons, they would be. As you continue to descend down, 2 hours pass by. Actual descent. As you can feel your breath coming out, somewhat frozen, it's difficult. Nereus, you've had to use your light a few times at this point, or sorry, a couple times I think at this point, to maintain that effect, and illuminates it immensely, just having that source of light throughout, right? Because the crystals, they just take it. I'm going to go ahead and pull you to a scene. I'm going to describe it. You finish your descent. Gradually, this opening takes you. Enough grooves and handholds that you're actually within the bed of these icicle-like crystals, 300 feet above the actual cavern floor. Surrounding you is the ceiling. The crystals themselves span in great number as they traverse across the scape. Even without dark vision, you can see the light of your spell here, Nereus, is giving off more light from other sources. These crystals kind of taking that light that you're giving, and they're glowing and illuminating. As you come into this space, you're looking around. You can see that the entire stalagmite pillars are covered from top to bottom. They go all the way to the ceiling. That's slightly domed and craggly. Many of the ceiling ones are straight vertical and they point down, ready to detach. You're at, like I said, it's molded, gradual, enough for some creature to maybe pinch and hold themselves, right, in a vertical scape. And there's enough groove that you can even lay down, right, with how large these things are, these actual icicle crystals. So you're in safe space. Feels like it. But wrong move, you'll fall. So you look for movement. You don't see any.
Wrong step and we may fall. I'm gonna tell him, I can't see shit.
Well, Tardan, do you want to announce our arrival?
I don't think we really want to fight him up here. I think we want to get down. The question is, how do we get down?
Slowly, carefully.
I
Stealthily.
think we maybe crawl down one of these stalagmite things where all the crystals are. And I'm gonna kind of point to these three that are glowing. Anyone got any climber kit? Any tools? Any?
I mean, I've got rope, but not that much.
I don't climb much.
Do either of you have magic that can help us descend easier?
I would have offered it if I did.
I have pitons and rope.
So we look up here, I mean, literally, it's just a massive drop all the way to the floor.
That's correct.
Is there any... Can I look around to see if there's any other way down?
Perception? Well, without dark vision, you're unsuccessful. You're looking, seems as though your best hope is to follow the source of light, essentially the pillars, using those to aid yourself in the check to be able to descend down.
I would like to use Dancing Light and kind of send out the 4 torch-sized lights kind of along the roof to see if there's anything that we're missing, like, near us. So I just kind of want to send them out in the 4 cardinal directions, if that makes sense. So just taking every turn to move them 60 feet to see if we see anything.
Send out the lights. You can see that the groove and space, and attempting to figure out how much of this protected area that you have, and it seems as though protected area is enough to be able to reach this pillar. Might be able to use the actual scape of the handholds and footholds and be able to maneuver yourself within the bed of the ice crystals before they become vertical in their scape. Get towards that pillar and then use the grooves to descend down. This is very much similar to an effect if you send a piece through, you have multiple pegs, right? You send a little disc down and it bounces down. That is, in a sense, of what you will have to do to reach the bottom. That was the safest bet that you can see with your dancing lights as they send out.
Okay, I'm going to relay that information to the rest of the group. Give a gentle shrug, and I'm going to try to head that direction.
Okay.
I'm pretty good at climbing. Do you want me to go first?
I mean, think you can catch one of us if we fall?
Let me help you. And I'll cast, obviously, enhance ability bull strength on Hurrah.
Okay. You feel invigorated, your form getting stronger. You feel as you navigate through, begin to move through the bed, disappearing somewhat out of sight, reappearing. Imagine these icicles, these crystals are massive. They're a great number of meters. So you have long positions, short positions, kind of coming up and down. You're kind of digging yourself through in a way. And eventually, I'm going to go ahead and move your token. You reach this particular spot, kind of coming to the protrusion of this. And this is where the test of athleticism is true. I need you to make a single athletics check at advantage for bolt strength. Natural 20.
Hey!
Rock, as you begin to descend down, you move 60 feet down. Now you can see a rock with the lighting effect coming from your light source. You can see a rock moving this little shadow, if you will, at this distance, continuing to funnel through. Now, getting that path, this check has been successful for all of you, as you are able to retrace the steps of where Harak is going. Okay.
We'll follow suit.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody not following suit? There is reluctant.
He's just like,
I guess I will. Yeah.
I'm going to move yourselves into positions as you kind of take a little bit of stretch. I'm going to take your elevation down to 0 after time has passed, coming to this point. Then I'm going to share just roughly how you're all coming to, kind of group together, if you will, into space. I'm going to advance the time. Half an hour is advanced, just descending down. But no other noises besides the cracking of ice and a slight rumble every so often.
we should be quiet. See if we can find him. Maybe he's in a slumber.
God, I hope so. Last time I was here, it sucked. I guess I'm going to head kind of this direction as stealthily as possible.
As you make a move, cold breath blowing around you. It's curled in the ice and escape at the bottom base of the ice, stealthed and hidden beyond any of your passive perceptions, uncurls itself, almost as if it was ice crystals, just part of the stalagmite. It curls its head around, shifting it. Oh. Snarls. Licks, its tongue unfurls, covered in spikes, blue in its color. Bearer of the White Stone, you come to die. Pause it.
Tartan. Respectfully ask for his surrender.
I'm going to kind of look at the party, and I'm gonna I want to take a 5-foot step in front of all of them towards the dragon, kind of clutching the stone. What to say here? I actually don't know what to say for once. I'm gonna kind of give a head nod towards Ethrin. While I respect your power, it is not us who shall be dying here. And I'm actually going to step up with the stone in hand and try to kind of touch his barrier with the stone, if at all possible.
As you reach up, his head smiling and curling, you kind of reach the stone forward, and he stares. I would be fearful of it, but my master has calmed me. He smiles. Just looks to all of you. Pulls his body back. Goes inverted. Smashes down into the ice. Disappearing with a deep rumble. Begins to shake violently the cavern as this dragon has submerged itself, burrowed into the ground. As it comes through the splinters of ice, they begin to fractal and reform. In split seconds, the hole is filled. You hear shaking and movement from underneath, and chuckles echoing and splintering as the ice carries the movement throughout the entire cavern.
Well, that didn't go according to plan.
Well, dragons like wealth. Let's find its hoard. They can't ignore us.
I agree. I would like to ready an action to cast Hypnotic Pattern as soon as Ethrin comes out of the ground, if he's within range. I'll actually step here and do that so I can see everybody. Has my stone reacted at all to kind of the ice crystals around us as we climbed down? Did I notice anything?
Your stone has not reacted to the ice crystals as you've walking down, but they have reacted to the dragon. Your stone is hot, it glows with white light as it vibrates, has an energy, a pulsating rhythm about it.
I hesitate to go any further in because I can't see that far. So I'm just kind of hovering.
Are these stalagmites on the map or stalactites?
They're small ice crystals penetrating out of the ground, enough to get to full cover from.
Okay. I'm gonna break one, or attempt to break one with my hammer, just because I can.
As you come in for a swing, ice begins to crack. The dragon comes out with a deep rumble as the earth shakes. Indigo, with no vision, as it penetrates through the earth, comes down to all fours, lowers its head as it looks towards you all, and snarls with frosty breath. I need everyone to roll initiatives.
Hello.
Any chance of getting that hypnotic pattern off?
You cannot hold an action prior to a combat engagement. You can pre-place it in anticipation of where the creature might emerge. Without successful rolling of skill check perception, you could not dictate where that would be. As the noise itself is traveling and emerging throughout the entire structure. Fortunately for you, Ithrin has rolled a 3 or lower, nat 1 for its actual initiative. Ithrin is at the bottom of combat. Nereus, you are up. Round 1 as the creature has emerged itself.
Fucking Dungeons and Dragons, boys!
Alright, well, he's gonna try it. As he'll extend a hand and try and dispel whatever barrier there is. He's seen it in action.
Okay. So you throw out your hand to dispel magic as you entrace your effect. It seems that there is nothing interacting with it. It goes straight to the target, and whatever magic is about the creature is no longer there.
So there's nothing to dispel.
Nothing to dispel.
I've taken down its defenses.
You heard him.
What do you say?
That's it, man.
Because the spell goes off, right? It looks like. I mean, I'm gonna click a spell.
Own it. I love it.
That's it. And he moved over there to not be in breath range.
Yep,
If it's
dodging the
trying to hit
breath.
all of
You've
us.
seen it. You see as we come to Indigo, before Indigo, we come to your turn. You see as Ithrin is going to take a legendary action, coming in for a tail swipe towards you. Swing it wild. 20 is going to hit you as it comes smashing around. It deals approximately 8 points of bludgeoning damage as it crashes through the ice gate. Swings wildly. It's your turn.
Alright. Let's get to work. I'm gonna go straight in and try to punch the face. Oh, come on, 19.
10 is not going to land. Pulls its head back. Snarls at you. Lets out a large roar.
Spinning kick.
Okay. Coming for a spinning kick. 12 does not land as you come across.
And then final.
Final one coming through. 15 does not land as you come through swinging wildly against this particular creature. Its scales, like ice, club into them. A lot of the icicles are kind of exploded off. The creature smiles.
Gotcha. I'm going to take my movement and go 10, 15, 20. Right there.
Okay. Taking cover behind the icicle, you are total cover as you dive again underneath. All right, Harak, you're up.
I'm gonna do my one trick and cast magic weapon on my bow and attack him.
Okay. So have you set a concentration? Your longbow is still there, so go ahead. $14 does not land as you fire it off, blowing off the scales. Not penetrate through, going in for a second one.
Wow.
9 does not land as you fire a second arrow. It's not looking well, Group 5. These rolls are not good. We have sub 10 so far.
We're just here to soften them up for the actual chosen ones.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Frozen
Yeah.
ones, more like
Yeah.
after this fight.
Both arrows missing.
Yeah. 5 misses.
All
Damn.
right, Tardan.
We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna do the one thing I always do, and we're gonna tell him that he's an idiot for challenging us, and use a unsettling words.
Okay.
And then we're going to hold up. What type of a check is that again? Which one of these do I want to use? Not that one. And then we're going to cast Hideous Laughter on him.
Okay. All right, so as it rolled, it got a 8 upon the die, lowering off of its threshold here. That is going to be a failure. It is going to expend a legendary resistance and choose to succeed instead.
What a jerk.
New player question.
Yep.
The hell is that?
Legendary creature has legendary resistances and legendary actions. Legendary actions can be taken depending on how many they have. There's a number of uses per what they can do. So one maybe action takes up multiple legendary actions, right? And more kind of things. What you were hit by was a tail attack from a legendary action. So at the end of a player's turn and before next player's turn starts, the creature can take a legendary action. When it's impacted by a spell effect and has to go through a saving throw, a legendary creature can take a legendary resistance, which basically means if it fails the saving throw, it can choose to succeed instead. However, those are limited by the entire day, so the entire fight. So it only has a set number of those. Legendary actions replenish after the actual cycle
round.
through of its position, right? So
Okay.
does that make
Cool.
sense?
Thank you.
Go.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Awesome. I'm going to take 20 feet towards it, clutching the necklace and kind of whispering to me and the necklace, if you're going to do something, now's the time, and I will end my turn.
Nothing comes to you as it does. It charges forward. Large reach as this creature has. It comes in for a bite, swinging its mouth wildly at you, Tardan. So it kind of raises down. That is going to be a... What's your AC? Oh, your AC is 16. It's a 15. Misses! It crunches down into the ice right next to you with a large smash as it comes through. And it kind of crashes into the ice as it does. It cracks and splinters. It pulls up its mouth as it does, and now cycles through. It's going to swing its claw and just rip through the actual cover that you currently have. This is going to be a disadvantage as the claw attack comes through. Swiping Indigo, it still hits you disadvantage 24. You take approximately 9 points of slashing damage as it cuts in, kind of splintering and coming across. At the end of this particular thing, you notice that it lets out a large roar throughout the space. In so doing, terrified you all are, All of you seem to be somewhat immune to this effect, except for Nereus. Nereus, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw against its frightful presence. 15. As the loud emanating roar comes out, you have succeeded. You are maintaining your composure against the threat. The rest of you, during this roar, there was a kind of a hymn or a song that kind of erupted within your ears, almost penetrated and broke through. This most assuredly is won or not, if the gift from Thrym. We're now going to end the turn of this dragon, but before we come at the end of the turn, Ithrin points its claw outright towards Rock as a splinter of an icicle shoots off of the ceiling and like a missile goes for your position. Harak, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw. Natural 20. Harak, you dive 10 feet out of the way, sliding across the ice and picking yourself up as it smashes into the floor, splintering ice, shards shoot out, but you succumb to no damage. Nereus, round 2, you're up.
He can't get too far, so... So I think I was here, right?
Yeah.
He is going to move here. Hope this isn't a mistake. Cast haste.
Haste. All right. So you're exchanging the full strength, right?
Yeah, just fail. Yeah, ends. And then he'll move. I mean, I can't see where Indigo is, but I guess I can see where Darius is, so hopefully that's okay.
Okay.
And he'll move there, and that's it.
All right. Indigo, you're up.
Okay. I am going to. So yeah, that crystal in front of me is no longer there, correct?
It is completely smashed. No cover will be provided from that any longer. I'm going to go ahead and mark it as well, just roughly with a 5 square template, just to kind of showcase that position has been destroyed.
All right. We're going right here if we can.
Okay. You can go underneath this creature and incur no loss of movement. This creature is massive. You can literally just run
Gotcha.
underneath it.
Let's see if we can't do some work. First one.
13. It's not going to hit as you come across. Does
Lord,
not
man.
land as you raise for its talon. Sub 10 on the roll. Not looking good.
Again. Let's go.
Next strike, 21, lands, finally dealing a blow. You deal 10 points of bludgeoning damage. You stomp through in one of its actual legs, its talons, its paw, its foot, and you crunch through the scales, dealing a blow. You see it kind of take the blow and wince back just slightly.
All right. Bonus.
Coming in for the bonus, 22 hits, as well as you do another 10 points of damage to it. You see coming once, puts the foot down, comes again, kind of looks towards you and snarls, angered and upset.
Okay. Hand of harm.
Okay, tagging a hand arm.
Yes.
Okay, immediate poison effect succumbs with a hand of harm as the creature is now poisoned as the tendrils of necrotic begin to sprout outwards from its kind of talon, its foot, as it begins to come through.
Gotcha. And then I will take the rest of mine to. I'll go here. I'll go here, and then whichever place is better. I like right there. That's it.
All right. So as we end your turn, and before we come to Harak's turn, the dragon is going to be taking a legendary action. As it does, it uses its wing attack, begins to pump its wings ferociously at the point of being poisoned. The only person I need in this space is Indigo to roll a dexterity saving throw, as the gust of wind is enough to potentially do damage and knock you prone.
Saves dexterity. 16.
Right, dexterity saving throw of 16 there. I'm going to go ahead and roll damage as the gust of wind knocks you prone. And you also succumb to a total of 9 points of damage as you are hit into the icy scape, sliding across. The creature is now 40 feet into the air in hover. Brock, you're up.
Alright, let's see if we can both roll better and make better decisions.
Marking with Slayer Spray. Okay. $20 lands. That does approximately 17 points of damage as you land hovering in midair, shoots into its chest, kind of moves just a little bit from the blow. Not much.
Alright.
Coming for the second strike. And Slayer Spray just once, right?
Yeah.
Okay. 23 is going to land, deals 6 points of piercing damage. The large thunk of the arrows, keeping a tight grouping upon that spot.
And
Looking for the hasted one. That is going to be a 15, which does not land. You see kind of hit into the scales outside of the grouping into a harder armored region, kind of bounces off and breaks.
well, definitely better than last time.
All right, Tardan, you are up.
I'm gonna do my thing. I'm gonna use unsettling words, calling him a cheater for resisting my magic, and we're gonna give him the old 1-2 again with another hideous laughter.
All right, casting out the hideous laughter, even with the words. I'm going to go ahead and roll the DH just to see. Based on your saving throws, only 15. Yeah, so it's not going to drop it down. It's a 17 using after the cutting words is going to be successful without expelling legendary resistance.
Okay, I'm gonna end my turn here, kind of just staring up at him.
As we come to Etherin's turn, in mid-flight, lowers its head, kind of moves one of its legs, kind of curling its back up. As so doing so, a spike shoots down from the ground towards you, Indigo. Like a missile, it goes into crash. Indigo, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw while prone.
Well, prone means what, disadvantage or?
Based on the conditions stating, creature has disadvantage on attack rolls. Your movement is to crawl, right, unless you stand up. And there actually is nothing to state problems with dexterity, so it's just a regular roll.
Okay.
18, successful. You slide out of the way, smashes this one slightly smaller as it comes down, crashing to the ice after it splinters. It leaves a small little hole. That crater fills again, filling it. Magically, the ice is healing itself. It's as this layer is imbued with this draconic magic. This dragon is in mid-flight. As it does, it is going to fly overhead, and as it flies overhead, it is actually going to go in for a swooping blow towards you, Tardan. I'm going to showcase this as it flies forward this amount of feet, then goes down to approximately 15 in its feet, reaching its reach as it goes in for a series of blows towards you, Tardan. First, a bite coming through. Poison is a disadvantage. It gets a nat 1. As it rolls the nat 1, it goes and hits the ground too early. As it does, it slides, hitting into the ground with that velocity of speed. As it lands, I'm going to put itself to 0, sliding, continuing to move its remainder of its movement speed to hit into the ground. It pulls itself back up as it was knocked prone in this condition, taking the action to potentially kind of pull itself, get itself upright, forgoing anything else it could possibly do on this turn. In addition, you see it kind of wildly looking left and right, confused, as it looks towards the tendrils. It looks towards it taking some damage actually from crashing into the ice itself. Not normally would it take this damage, as it kind of looks and shakes wildly, moving its head, kind of shaking, confused as to why it's taking damage. Ending its turn. Nereus, you're up.
Alright, he'll move there, and he will go ahead and summon Mel. Does he want to do that? No, he'll just take the dodge action. He's good over here.
Okay.
Change his mind.
Taking the dodge. Okay. Ending turn then. Indigo, it's your turn.
The crystal that's just to my north, was that demolished when he
No.
took off with the wings?
Nope.
But it
still
still
there.
hit me when he went up. Okay, got it.
Yeah, and as we come to a new round, you see the crystal on the other side has reformed as it begins to regrow. It's a moving template.
Oh, shit. Alright, cool. Oh, wait. Prone. Alright, standing up.
Standing up,
And
half
then-
your movement speed spent getting up.
Yeah, and then I would have... $55 movement, so what, 20 or 25 more feet do I have?
55 is your movement speed, so you take half. I'd probably say you have 25 round down. So
Okay. I'm trying to figure out if I am at a advantage to attack him there with Harak, or do I need to go further?
you would need to go further to potentially flank this creature. This creature has a large threat space. You need to be on the opposite side of where Harak is, and some side over there.
Okay, 25, and then I would go... I'll use a key point to do Step of the Wind.
Okay.
To dash.
Okay.
Basically, all the way to there.
Okay.
And then... Key point for that. Target, and then... Alright. Let's go.
Hold down Alt for flank, please. Thank you.
Hey,
That's
the
20!
There it is.
Yeah, there it is. That's what we're
God,
talking about.
man.
12 points of bludgeoning damage dealt. You'll blow with its wing. It's lowered, slightly hunched down from just crashing into the earth. It's picking itself up. You're taking advantage coming across on the wing on the left side.
Alright, again. Oh, what am I doing? Bam.
That's going to be 25, which lands 10 points of bludgeoning damage coming across the wing once more, tattering, splintering some of its wing. You're trying to dodge the ice spikes right from its wing that uses to grab the ice, and you're taking your time coming across, splintering some of the scales.
And then, because I used the bonus for Step of the Wind, the only thing I can do is... I can't do my bonus. I'll do Hand to Harm on just the secondary attack.
Okay.
So...
Which I think is going to re-up the poison condition, right? Because
Yes, sir.
it's supposed to end on your turn right now, so it's going to
Exactly.
re-up. Yeah, so we're going to get 8 necrotic, so it's going to re-up the poison condition. It's basically the end of your turn, right? When we come to you again.
Exactly.
Okay. Poison condition's re-upped.
So... And I don't actually know. Do I have any movement left? I don't know.
Well, so we had 25. You've gone
Yes, sir.
60 minus the 25. So you got 35 on top of it. Yeah.
But I have 20 left.
When you dash, you get 55 more. So you'd have 20 left, right? I
Gotcha.
think I did that math right. Yeah, 20 left.
Basically,
That's
I
what
would
I
just
came
make,
out to.
I would just do that. Basically, that's it. I'm
Just
done.
getting total cover, getting behind. Okay.
Yep, absolutely.
All right, Brock, before you come to your turn, Dragon's taking legendary action. As it does, it swings its tail wildly into your position. Poison, getting disadvantage, still hits you with an 18 as it does. Brock, you take 17 points of bludgeoning damage. This comes crashing down, prompting you with a concentration check. You succeed, continuing your magical weapon effect on longbow. Brock, you're up.
Okay. If I attack with my longbow right here, is it a disadvantage?
It'll be at disadvantage, correct. You are in melee range of the creature.
Well, I'll move out of melee range, and he probably doesn't attack just out of the goodness of his heart.
The creature has a large reach, so you're technically within its melee range of engagement. When we get to this position of stepping away, it really pertains to you in your space. Are you in melee range of the creature? And you're not. So technically we take the player side to this, so you don't have disadvantage just taking a step back, and it doesn't get attack of opportunity against you, which is one of the downsides of being absolutely large. You get a large threat range because you hit a lot of things, but creatures can step away and not have disadvantage on ranged attacks.
Okay. Well, as a monster slayer, of course, that was part of my plan.
Of course. Big brain, here we go. Fire away! First strike comes through. 16 does not land. 16 goes into the scales as it does. Too rigid and hard as they splinter away. Coming for the second. That's going to be a 21 that lands, penetrating through. That is going to get Slayer Spray on top of it. Nice, 16 points of damage dealt. As you're going with the wing kind of curled up a little bit as it's anticipating the blows from the left side, you're getting the advantage of the right side. Not necessarily getting the flank anymore as Indigo moved away. So you're not getting the advantage, but the arrow flies into the right cleanly into one of its kind of rib cage-ish abdomen areas.
Okay. I was just thinking of something else to do, but
Net 20!
Pay it off.
Look at the Slayer's
You're
damage, but we
welcome.
get 18. Nice, 18 points of damage. Aim towards its head this time. You fire an arrow, it lands into its jaw side underneath its jowl. As it does, you see the breath become frozen solid at this point.
I'd love to roll 3 nat 20s in a session. Actually, I do love to do it because it's good.
Okay. Target, before we get to your turn, you see as Ithrin takes a tail strike, the legendary, towards Indigo at disadvantage, crushing through the actual ice scape. Indigo, that's a 15, which misses you. You dive underneath as it sweeps, destroying that particular piece of cover. I'm going to go ahead and draw a square showcasing the crystal has been destroyed. Target, you're up.
All right. We'll go ahead and we will use Unsettling Words again, trying to force out these legendary resistances here.
Charts. Ding, 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 ding. Come on! Pump them out, let's go!
And then we'll go ahead and we will use Hideous Laughter again.
Alright, that is going to be a failure after expending the Bardic Inspiration die here, as it failed without even rolling it. So I'm going to go ahead and throw that off. The Hideous Laughter, however, does not succumb. As it does, it takes another use of its legendary resistance to bypass that effect, to succeed on the saving throw. Slowly, Tardan, you are whittling those saving throws down.
And then I will kind of take a step back so I can get a better look at Ithrin's face. And I'm just gonna kind of do the fingers to the eyes, and I'm gonna just point at him. And I will end my turn there.
Alright, ending your turn, we now come to Ithrin. Ithrin is slowly going to sidestep, moving its movement speed to get some distance, but also maintain its threat presence as it begins to walk, bypassing, not leaving anybody's threat range. No attack opportunities provided as it moves. Now turns and rotates its jowls. The arrow is still sticking slightly. It's angered, it looks. It wants to breathe. As it does, it lets out a ferocious, cold breath.
Oh no.
Barak succeeding with a 22, you notice in front of you appears to be the spirit form of some creature. Appears to be a stag or an elk of some kind as it begins to form and looks towards you. It seems at this stage that you have resistance to cold damage as it takes the brunt, goes into your flesh as well. Gift of Thrim potentially here. You have succeeded in so doing. Your success. You go ahead and calculate damage.
Would that stack with absorb elements?
Absorb elements, I believe, will. Let me make sure. I'm gonna check just real quick. No, it does not stack because it's resistance to the triggering damage type. So you're going through. You can't stack resistance to resistance, right? So it's only giving you resistance. You can still attempt to take the damage type and revert it, right, with that. But it's only that extra 1d6 of what it is, but it won't give you any primary effect. in addition to what's happened.
I'm not gonna use it.
Okay. And you succeeded. All right, Brock, you only take 9 points of cold damage from the particular blast as you resisted and then saved. Nereus, with a nat 1 on your Constitution saving throw, you take a total of 38 points of cold damage as it throws through. You have to get your concentration check here. Let's see what happens.
Sorry, Harak. This is this a roll of 20 or 19 or trouble?
Fortunately, you fail your concentration check. Haste is dropped. You have succeeded on your concentration, Harak, maintaining your magic weapon, but no longer you feel as if this effect has now ended. Once haste has been concluded, when the spell ends, the target can't move or take actions until after its next turn as a wave of lethargy sweeps over it. Harak, that's you. Your next turn will be skipped. Ithrin looks in position, chuckles wildly. You have all come to be ate. I will eat you. Yes, ferociously. Turns and looks towards Utard and watches your friends die. Nereus, you're up.
Alright, well, he's almost dead, so that sucks. But not much he could do, so knowing what's going to happen to Harak, he's not going to hesitate this time, and he's going to Tidal Wave the dragon to try and knock it down.
Okay. Alright. The creature is going to expend its last legendary resistance to not be knocked prone. Succeeding upon the effect, 17 points of bludgeoning. I believe it takes half of that, correct? If it succeeds.
Yep, 8, so 8 damage.
Takes a total of 8 points of bludgeoning damage. No longer any legendary resistances as it's breathing wildly under these spell effects. You can tell it's becoming fatigued, which is a sign that potentially it's being worn down.
And gonna move behind this.
Okay. Taking total cover behind the ice scape. Indigo, you're up.
I am going to. So, Harak is not a threatening target right now, correct? For flanking.
Harak can still flank. That is something that Harak can do. Harak just can't take a turn, essentially, on this this particular round.
Okay, so something like that, and I'd have advantage.
Yes, that's fine. Yep.
Okay. All right, let's go.
All right, 22 is going to land. That deals 8 points of bludgeoning damage as you stomp through, aiming towards this wing once more.
All right, and again.
Second strike coming through. It's 24 points of damage. You're whittling away 6 points.
Okay, and last one.
Last strike 15 does not land.
Right, gotcha. And then Hand of Harm again.
Okay, so you're going to hammer harm on the second one of the strikes you hit. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so that's going to re-up the poison once more. Only 4 points of necrotic damage dealt. And tendrils sprout from that particular hit.
Key. And then I will. I'll kind of go like that.
Okay.
That'll be it.
All right, Harak, you're up.
I can't really do anything, can I?
Because he's stunned.
Cannot move. Cannot take any actions. You can speak.
Speak!
Can I take out my shield to like do like half of trying to switch my loadout.
That's fine. That's okay. I'll allow that. Are you taking your shield and your warhammer out?
Yeah. Or like I'll start the process and then finish it on my next turn before my attack, or
Okay, I'll let you pull it out now. It's fine. I'll allow it.
I'll do that and hope that he doesn't attack me.
Gotcha. We're gonna hope. Tardan, you're up.
The legendary resistances are down.
Yeah, I know. And Nereus is almost dead. I'm gonna do the Tardan thing that Tardan does here in this situation. And I'm gonna kind of take the necklace in my hand, and I'm gonna kind of hit it with my other hand, and I'm gonna say, if you're gonna work, now's the time. Don't let my friends die. And I'm gonna walk up to the dragon and try to, like, I don't know, whatever I could do with it. Touch him, channel my magic through it, whatever I could do. I'm
Roll
just
intelligence saving throw, please.
doing what Tardan does.
21, saving as the stone glows. You hear a penetrating screech echo throughout your mind. As it does, it goes and reaches towards the dragon. The dragon begins to pull back. Slowly it locks eyes with you. In your mind, a voice rings out. Command it.
I don't know what it's talking about. Tardan, very confused, is just gonna look Ethrin in the eyes and tell him to sit like a dog. Just see what happens.
Sits down, goes prone. So we are in combat. That is your command this time.
Yep. That works.
So we come to Ethrin. Ethrin continues to lock eyes with you and does not do anything on its turn. Daenerys, it's your turn.
He's just move over here. He'll just take the dodge action.
Okay. Good to go, you're up.
20 to there. 40 to there. 50 to there. And I will hold my attack until it looks like he is no longer obeying Tardan's command.
Okay. Rock, you're up.
I'm gonna do pretty much the same thing. I kind of want to take... No, I'm not going to say I want to do something. I'll say that I do it. I'll take out my own stone and see if it has any kind of... If either it or the dragon have any reaction to each other.
Nothing's happening. Stone is not glowing. Nothing.
Alright, I'll put it back and ready an attack if it makes some kind of hostile action.
Tardan, it's your turn. The start of your turn, please make an intelligence saving throw. Maintaining composure as a screech in the psionic energy within your mind is almost overwhelming. It's becoming difficult to control this beast.
order it hurt itself, Tardan.
Yeah, but like I could have a pet.
Keep composure. We're in combat.
Yep. Pardon is going to. Yeah, I guess order it to fly into this stalagmite over here. Yeah, that one.
Slowly it begins to turn, thudding into the ground. Is that it?
Now I'm going to use. I'm gonna use. How far away are you, Nereus? I'm gonna use Bardic Inspiration on Nereus.
Okay.
And that'll end my turn.
Ending turn, sees Ethrin begins to take flight, lifting itself up from a prone position. It is going to take flight, reaching about 20 feet into the air. As it does, it now is slowly beginning to move backwards. After that happens, it takes its action to dash. As it does, it flies into the stalagmite crystals, kind of shattering and splintering into the blow. You see as the crystal itself begins to wane outwards, as the grip of command begins to slowly lessen and lose. Maintaining composure will become much more difficult as the dragon seems to be resisting this particular effect. I'm going to be rolling damage for smashing itself into the crystal. As it does, it takes 61 points of damage. After that, it is still 20 feet into the air, slowly grabbing and ripping itself, shaking its head mid-flight. Nereus, it's your turn.
There's not much Nereus can really do. He likes it not by the dragon. Yeah, he'll just hang out over here. Just take the dodge action.
Continuing to take the dodge. Gonna go ahead and put that on. You go, you're up.
Pardon, are you holding this thing? What's going on?
I don't know. My head hurts, dude. I don't know. And Tardan's just gonna kind of like shake his head back and forth with the ringing of the screech.
I can't even get to it because it's 20 feet in the damn air. Can I somehow, my movement, like, get up on... No. Christ almighty. Okay, then I am going to healer's kit myself.
Okay. Alright. How much more back? I know we're adding something else too.
Player level, so 6 on top of that.
6 on top of that, so 13.
Yes, sir.
There you go.
That's it.
Alright, Hurrah. Your turn.
Oh. I guess I'll move and I should probably switch back to my bow.
Yep. Switch back to the bow.
I feel kind of dumb now that I can't reach him, but I'll just take cover.
Okay. Taking cover. Arden, it's your turn.
Do I need to make an intelligence save as the...
If you
Does it
continue,
still...
yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it one more try. I have a command that I want to use.
One more try with an 11. You have failed. In so doing, you succumb to the effect. You take 18 points of psychic damage dealt to you, but you are still in command.
I look at Ethern and almost in a pleading, more caring voice, kind of seeing what I did to this dragon. I'm going to tell him to free his mind of his master that has had him harming people. And that's going to be my command. Hopefully, he's under some sort of effect.
Turns and rotates a little bit towards you and locks eyes and looks. Anything else in your turn?
Nope, that'll do it.
Come to its turn as it does. Still in flight. 20 feet in the air and moves his entire flight speed, begins to fly across the cavern. Continues in a dash. Nice. Sure.
Just dodge again.
Indigo.
I'll dash 110 feet and try to see what this dragon is doing.
Okay. Without dark vision, you cannot tell.
Yep, that's it.
Rock, you're up.
I guess I'm gonna move next to Tardan and kind of. I'll just give him some encouragement on what he's doing, because it's obviously causing him pain. Not that I can really help in any substantial way, but I'll just kind of be like, it's working. Stay focused.
Pardon.
I'm gonna maintain the concentration on the necklace, maintaining kind of that same command, trying to help Ethern free himself.
Need you to make an intelligence saving throw.
Oh, come on.
Take 11 points psychic damage as it penetrates through your mind, attempting to maintain the command.
I'm gonna take my 30 feet of movement kind of towards the direction that I saw him fly off in. And that'll be the end of my turn.
Your large crash on the ice cavern floor. Many of you, if not all of you, in fact, have no vision. You just hear sights and sounds, large shifting, cracking ice and movement. Aries, it's your turn.
Why isn't it dead yet, Tardan?
My focus is wholeheartedly on this necklace, so I almost like tune Nereus out, unfortunately.
I'll just double move.
Okay. Here you go. You're up.
Hold still. "12 points of healing,
12 points.
and then I'll take 50 toward the dragon."
Okay. You hear the noise and shifting weight ever increasing, ever louder. Anything else?
Nope, that's it. That's all I got.
All right. Rock, it's your turn.
I guess I'm gonna do the same thing as last time. I'll just put my hand on Tardan's shoulder, kind of encourage him.
They'll back rubby.
Yeah, I would need to think of if I know any like if I have like a homeopathic migraine cure or something.
Okay. Tardan, your turn.
Well, I only got one more command. And that's assuming that the damage doesn't go up here. Yeah, Tardan would do the Tardan thing and maintain concentration, and he would yell out to the cavern, seeing as how he can't see Ethrin anymore, and he would tell him to be free.
Okay. Roll an intelligence saving throw. Tardan, you take 15 points of psychic damage, maintaining yourself as there are icy blue tendrils sprouting through your veins. Icicles beginning to form, penetrating through the skin layer. Tiny as they are, they begin to engross your body as your feet become impaled upon the actual ice floor, succumbing to the effects. Whatever is happening to you, continuing to maintain your composure. Now end your turn. Stomping forward is this dragon. As it comes in to many of your views, goes right over you, Indigo. Clutched in its mouth appears to be an egg. You notice there's multiple pieces of gold and treasure that have pushed along with its body as it begins to move across the ice in a ferocious manner. It clutches the egg within its mouth and its jaw. Teleporting into space appears to be a figure. Seems like a human. Silver white hair flows over, slicked back towards the mid-ear, a little bit lower than that. Has golden yellowish eyes that are feline, slitted as they are in the pupils. Flesh is pale, white. Stands just shy of 6 feet. Wearing a beautiful maroon robe, flowing down with the golden accents and trim about it. Silver toggles kind of go into the robe and hold. Wearing black leather boots on the feet, as far as you can tell. Twin dragons, one gold, one red, and stitched, intertwine themselves, going upright with heads pointing towards the actual collar. This figure has 2 cufflinks, both gold, draconic symbols as they swirl on either side of the cufflinks. White, kind of feathered blouse, almost silk, kind of coming out of them, side. As the hands currently outstretched, then folds them as they come through, crack within space-time. This teleportation emerging in this space. After that occurs, another in similar fashion appears on the other opposite of the light, the hole. This one appears to be a human as well. Gray hair flows wildly Long as it does, it flows almost to the mid-back and chest. Beard growing down towards the collarbone. It's wiry, unruly. They have scars across some of their face and eyes, and wrinkles of weatherness about. They simply hold a small, crooked, brown quarterstaff and wear a tan to slightly brownish robe. They hunch over slightly. They hold onto this quarterstaff and stick, kind of shaking just a tad. See as Ithrin, clutching the egg, snaps the eyes towards the younger human with the red robe. Voice of this human comes out. What are you doing? See the eyes staring almost through him. See as Ithrin continues to take flight, lifts high up into the air, and is going to go and fly through the hole in the cavern and leave. Flying. Begins to go towards the 300-foot cavern surface, flying for that hole. Disappear. This is where we're going to go. Slight story. As the two figures begin to look at each other, Staminar removes eyes from the dragon after raising a hand towards it and clutches it. Slowly realizing, looks to the old man. What have you become? States the frail old man. Why are you doing this? You have read the prophecy. It is your... The old man is cut off. You speak of prophecy in my presence. You dare question me. They killed my mother over prophecy. They decimated the land for it. I do this to defy it. A bright, thin, green beam fires from the bright red and gold-robed man's left hand towards the frail old man. The frail old man, with surprising quickness, lifts his hands into the air, chanting an evocation in an old ancient language. A thin, shielded bubble extends around him. You see the bright, thin green beam hit the sphere and disappear, almost absorbed. It's at this stage, I'm going to go ahead and end combat as the dragon itself begins to fly away. My question to you is, what do you all do as a fight between them breaks out?
Run this way.
Okay.
Let's get the horde. Get out of here. Tardan already messed everything up. Oh wow, it's like literally right here. Great.
So, Arius, as you begin to make way for the horde, you see it's mainly pushed about. There's a crater in the center of it, potentially it's been splintered and clawed out, revealing the place of this egg deep 25 feet within the actual earth. You see the hole stretching down, the ice itself not regrowing anymore. Some of the gold has trickled in, but the large horde that has been pushed and kind of pushed about is filled with gold, silver. There's items riddled within, different trinkets and things. It is truly a horde. The rest of you? Do not make a decision. I am prompting you to maintain
I'm gonna step 5 feet and do the Tardan things. And I'm gonna throw a hypnotic pattern on the slitty eye dude. as that would
Okay.
be something Tartan would do after saving this dragon.
All right, so as you throw the hypnotic pattern down, you see a purple and pink cackling lightning barrier sprout from the figure. As it does, it begins to absorb and trickle and move your magic about. The person snaps the eyes towards you and raises a hand. The old man quickly reaches towards you. As it is, a barrier sprouts in front of you as another tendril of green disintegration sprouts aimed towards your flesh. The old man, slowly holding the actual barrier, begins to rotate over towards you. As he does, he states, "Chosen one, get back!"
Cool, that's all I needed to hear. I'm out.
Okay. The rest of you running back? Is that what I'm interpreting?
That's what I'm doing.
Okay.
Yeah.
You see the bright red and gold robed man fires another beam towards the old frail man. And you see as the barrier continues to be maintained by the frail old man. "Now is your time to die." A brilliant white light fires from the man's right hand at the same time. It hits the frail old man's shield, and as the shield disappears, the frail old man vanishes and reappears seconds later a few feet away. Kind of rotating the tokens in position to reflect that. The bright red and gold robed man stops his assault as the frail old man chants another invocation, this time waving his hands in a symbolic fashion. Before finishing, he quickly kneels down and slaps the lair's iced floor. The earth begins to shake within the lair, and a giant crack forms underneath the bright red and gold robed man. As it does, the man begins to levitate above the crack. "You play tricks." He raises his left hand to the ceiling of the cavern, and his eyes glow with an eerie aura. Large pieces of the icicles and the crystals break off the cavern ceiling and become lit with a bluish flame. The man focuses his other hand upon the frail old wizard. "I will show you the trick." The fires a light fire down from the ceiling with immense speed. The frail old wizard mutters a ritual as his voice deepens into an old draconic language. Lightning begins to arc around his body, enveloping his hands. His eyes glow with cackling sparks. As he finishes his incantation, he extends his hand towards the meteors. Lightning shoots forth, chaining into the air, blinding your eyes. The lightning strikes each and every meteor with large cracks of thunder, ear-piercing. It becomes difficult to understand what is happening around you. The boulders begin to crackle with white light imploding prematurely. Large booms continue to fill the air, deafening your ears. Dust and debris scatter the lair. The magical fight becomes hard to see. After seconds, watching and witnessing, coming all of you with you to the horde, kind of maintaining your presence and watching this, you notice as the figure standing in the smoke and the dust, both of the positions somewhat maintained during this fight, the crack in the ground trenched to the north and south of the lair, large splinters of the crystals surround. "I have had enough of this. I will have my revenge, and your prophecy will not stop me." He opens up a portal with his left hand and disappears. The frail old man falls back slightly, teeters, breathing intently, difficultly. Looks at all of you, slowly walking forward. As he stares at all of you. We would remove Etherin's token from the board. The dragon has disappeared through the ceiling of the cavern.
Are you all right?
I'm fine, yes. Just another scrap. You see, holding the hand slightly, sits down into an invisible chair. Oh.
Who are you and who was that?
That was Damodar. My name is Magello. You are our chosen ones. I thank
I
you
look
for
him-
your help.
Is he injured?
Before you get in to asking all your questions, I may stop you. I can only answer one of your questions. Just one. Or if I answer more, things won't happen the way they're supposed to. Holding on a hand, see a cup beginning to form, filled with ale. On the other hand, a piece of bread.
I'm gonna look to Tardan and Harak, because they're over here. Do you guys have a question you would suggest?
I'm just gonna kind of hold out the necklace. Suppose we should ask him where the rest of y'all's are.
I think that we'll find ours in time. Harak, do you have something to ask?
If I had to choose the question, it would be what exactly we were chosen for if we are the chosen ones.
Is a fair question.
I don't like it.
He's the old man, slowly begins to snore, falling asleep.
Oh, holy shit, he's fucking napping.
I don't think we have much time to ask our question.
At this stage, since we are nearing or we are after our end of our session time, I believe this is a good time to stop. And you all can have this conversation, continue it a little bit. Maybe formulate your mind a little bit with what you're thinking after we just went through a long combat. I think a lot of you were scared of dying. I think that was very sure. That was the picture in chat. Barely wounded. I think a lot of you are very scared. And I want to go ahead and I think it's a good time to end it. And that way we can get to the question and then we can get to the loot at the start of the next session. How does it sound?
Sounds good to me.
Makes sense.
It's good.
Yep.
Sounds good. Okay. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and pause the music here. Just want to say wonderful job. Nice work, everyone. Very ingenious thinking. Tardan, go ahead and tack on inspiration point for yourself there. Inspiration in my games is very rarely rewarded. I usually do it for particular moments of decision, right? Kind of doing these miraculous kind of things here. And really kind of thinking outside the box in a way. Inspiration in my games are automatic successes. You can stack inspiration as well. So if there's a kind of a point to where it's like, hey, you roll and you're like, you got a bad roll, you can use the inspiration and get that automatic success. This also works for spell effects if you want to make targets fail saving throws. So if you want to be successful in your spell casting. Okay?
Awesome.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and take time here to calculate some experience. You're all more welcome to talk amongst yourselves if you want to continue out of character the conversation, or in character if you'd like, to this particular question as we come to the end here.
No, my head hurts. IRL now.
I think we should ask him about our pip.
No.
Yeah, whoever said that, that's a great idea. Let's ask him.
Hypnotic pattern on Harok. Yep.
You don't have any level 3 spells left.
Also,
Yeah, I do.
you're within 5 feet of me, so I'm gonna attack you.
I've only used 2 level 3 spells since our long rest.
I was hoping I could trick you. Didn't you use... That's their 3rd hypnotic pattern, right?
Yeah, but the first one was before we took the rest at the campsite.
No, you did one on the bridge.
I did one on the bridge, one on him, and
And
yeah,
another
this
on
would
him.
be.
I thought you did 2, didn't you?
No, I only did 1.
I thought that was the past saving throw one.
No, I did a bunch of hideous laughters on him to try
Yeah,
to get rid of
you
the
were
legendary
gonna hold.
resistances.
You were gonna hold a hypnotic.
Oh, right, that was
pattern,
hold. That's right, it was
but
hold.
you
Yeah.
can't hold an action prior to a
Yeah.
combat.
Mhm.
It's kind of one of those things.
You guys can ask whatever you want. Neris isn't going to weigh in as he's just collecting all the loot himself. I mean, obviously he can't carry all of it, but picking through, getting some sapphires if there's.
Darius is about to see his ass on the floor as soon as I get over there.
Why? It's not. He's hired help. He's not
Cool.
hired to help talk to an NPC.
You'll find out. You'll find out next week. I'm beelining straight to you and putting you in the dirt.
Good luck.
I was expecting Nereus to cast a few more spells that combat. I'm just
Mhm,
throwing it out there.
mhm.
What were you expecting him to cast? Most of his
Any-
spells are cold based.
Anything.
Yeah, most of his spell. He's pretty much.
That's
Like,
fair.
like
can't do
literally,
anything.
there's
Yeah.
nothing he can really do against that. He uses level 3 spells. He casts haste, dispel magic, and then
Oh yeah.
tidal wave. That was all level 3s.
Yeah,
and
he
then
used
the
all
other
those
ones.
threes.
So
I forgot.
Take the help action.
He only
Anything.
took. Remember, he only took 1 dodge prior to the actual command of the dragon, so he was
That's
spellcasting
true.
the remainder of the time.
2 dodges.
That is true. I forgot about the
he's not a
haste
damaged
being a third.
character.
No.
Hey, the
Alright.
natural 20 was one of the haste attacks.
Mhm.
What?
That is true.
So I calculate experience. So 5,060 experience each. That should
Holy
put you at
crap.
19,380, 19,305 experience total. If I did my math right, always check me because we went through a lot of things and I'm sweaty. So, so this experience not only based on the creatures slain, but also creatures not slain, and also decision making through the process of what you win. Unfortunately, you would have actually gotten a little bit more experience. And that is based on the fact of the giants, if they live or not, through the actual process. So there's a cool little bit of a meta there for you, is how they calculate experience in the sequence. But awesome work, everyone. If you're watching this stream, thanks so much. We really appreciate it. We're going to be back next week as we go through what question they're going to ask Magello, this old frail old wizard man. And then we'll go through what Nereus finds in the treasure hoard that he would like to keep for himself.
Look, it's not him stealing everything. I was just like, in character, he's like, I'm not going to
No,
participate
I
in a
know.
wizard duel. Like, I
Yeah.
know what wizards can do.
Yeah.
I'm going to go over here and get any loot.
out of here. Yeah, I love it. Anyways, if you watched the stream, thanks so much. Congratulations, True 5. Awesome work. And we will see you next week.
Bum, bum, bum.
Bye.
Bye.
Jeez.